Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, small law firm in central Minnesota. And tonight, we are introducing a new show format, whatever you want to call it. This is just an excuse. DummyVision. Fucking DummyVision. Episode 1. I have no idea how this is going to go out, like how well it's going to go. I don't know how many times we're going to do DummyVision, but we're going to do DummyVision at least tonight. At least tonight, we are doing it. DummyVision is a special edition of the show where we watch an alleged dummy. In this case, for the inaugural show, will be Ian Carroll, a very popular YouTube creator. I don't know why. I don't know how. But we're going to watch him and see if he's a dummy. That's it. It's going to be really, that's about it. We're going to watch him watch, well, I can't say he's going to watch the pretrial hearing for Tyler Robinson because he's not. He's going to watch parts of it. He's definitely not cherry picking them. He says that. You guys don't spoil this for me. Don't tell me if he's dumb or not yet. I'm going to figure this out on my own. I'm going to figure this out on my own. I see some familiar names that I haven't seen in a while already. I'm having a feeling this is going to be a good day. A good day. I don't know about you guys, but I hope you're ready for a good day. I've had a pretty good day so far. Lady Rackets and I were working on some things around the house, which is nice. And this is great. So I haven't whined about this. I haven't whined about this at all. My SUV has been in the shop for 91 fucking days. Until today, it has finally made its way home. 91 days in the shop. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. The shop, so I have a ridiculous warranty on it, and which is great. Except the warranty work has to be done by a Ford certified technician, and the shop out here, there's only one. There's only one in this area. Otherwise, you have to go a decent distance away to get to the next Ford technician. Although I think that's changing. But so they already are slow, or were slow. They just hired a bunch of people. They fired everybody. This is the the short version of this story. They fired everybody and have hired like almost an entirely new staff. But my God, it took forever, and there was no communication and all this stuff. And the new manager guy, he's cool. He's super apologetic and really working hard to like keep our business, I guess. Which is, I don't mind doing if they could just get the work done. But I got to give them credit. They had a couple things that were not going right, and he took care of it. What I mean by that is like our running boards. We have those retractable running boards or whatever. They were broken. And he's like, yeah, this isn't covered by the warranty. I'm like, it was like it's supposed to be. And so he, they took care of that, like, which was a lot of money. So that was nice. But the main thing was the one side of the turbocharger, everything's a fucking twin turbo or supercharged engine these days. Smaller displacement on the engine itself, but then controlling the air induction allows him to get lots of horsepower out of it. But it's more moving parts. More moving parts means more things can go wrong. So half of the turbocharger, one side of the turbocharger went out. So that was nice. That was good. But yeah, so we've been just waiting for this damn thing to get fixed. It has been a nightmare of a car. It's really nice, except for the fact that ours just keeps having problems. It's really wonderful. But anyway, that's okay. It doesn't matter. We have it back now. It seems to be running just fine. That'll probably last like a week or two, but I'm going to be in a good mood for that week. You need to binge watch Scotty Kilmer videos. Okay. I don't know who that is. What's up, Steve Gosney? How you doing, brother? Nice to see you. I don't know if you're watching this Tyler Robinson fiasco, but I'm sure you have a bunch of insight on it. You always have insightful takes when it comes to criminal defense for some reason. Oh, but yeah, like the shop like paid the deductible on the whatchamacallit, on the warranty and everything. Like they took care of it. That was the best purchase I have ever made, by the way. This Lincoln Navigator I bought. That's not the best purchase. The warranty for it is. The warranty on this damn thing. I think I've talked about it before. And I'm filling a little time as people filter in. I've talked about it before. The warranty on this thing is 15 years and 1,000,000 miles, bumper to bumper. And I paid $4,500 for that, which is crazy. It's crazy because we've had 3 repairs, I think, on it that have been in excess of $4,000. What about outside the bumper? Nope. If you're outside the bumper, you get killed. It's like the Berlin Wall. But no, so it was really nice because I had a couple things done, like I had the brakes changed and stuff like that because it was just time. So I did have to pay some, but seeing the bill that was getting billed to the fucking warranty company was massive. Did I steal the shirt off of a Somalian picnic table? Yes. Yes, I did. I like this shirt. How rude. How rude. So, anyway, Marissa says, I thought we were doing Cooking with Kurt. We are not doing Cooking with Kurt tonight. I think we will probably get to Cooking with Kurt tomorrow. I want to get that. I want to know exactly when I'm going to do that and set it up. I have preserved the evidence, so we're good. Hey, what's up? So Gosney, he said he's probably off the internet during the pendency of his lawsuit, which is a very wise and astute move. And I wish him all the success and the best. He was really done dirty. Done flipping dirty. And he does not deserve that. He's a good man, a wise man, a sidecar consuming man. And no one who drinks sidecars like Steve Gosney does should ever be put through what he was put through. Jay says EQ Legends is the shizit. I'm definitely gonna play it when it goes live. Right now I'm at that dumb point where it's like if I get it now and do the beta, I'm only gonna get to play it for a little bit, and then I'll immediately like have to start right back over. So I might wait until the live date. I mean, I'll probably do the pre-order and pick a name and stuff like that. Hey, Gosney, I got some torts to talk about with you sometime really soon, brother. Offline. We can talk offline, but it's really good to see you. Let's see what else. What else is there? I mean, I think that's about it. I think we can kind of get started on this Ian Carroll thing. So I was inspired today. We'll say I think that's the appropriate word. I was inspired by what I've been reading on Twitter in regards to Tyler Robinson, the alleged Charlie Kirk shooter. Look, I mean, it looks a lot like he did it, at least as far as the court is concerned. Now, you are always welcome to have an opposing, competing, a different, whatever, any kind of theory that you want. Nobody here is going to stop you. I definitely want everybody to always just ask questions. I actually don't want you to just ask questions. I don't want you to be just asking questions. I want you to be asking questions, but I also want you to be coming up with answers, receiving answers, making up your mind on some stuff. If you just ask questions forever and never absorb the information and make up make a new decision, then you haven't done anything useful. And you should stop saying that you're just asking questions. Because if you're just asking questions, but you're not taking in the answers, you're not asking questions. We covered this last time. Also, the people that you tell to never stop asking questions are fucking 9 years old. Like, it's third graders. Like, never stop asking questions, guys. No. There's a time when you stop asking questions and you start answering questions. That's what being an adult is most of the time, is finding an answer and delivering that answer. You're not just asking questions. If you're someone who just asks questions, no one on earth wants you around, because, dear Christ, how irritating can you possibly get? And that was a question. We're going to ask a lot of questions today. But if you live your life by the motto, by a platitudinal idiom that we tell to third graders, then you might be sticking yourself in a third grade mindset. If you are unable to move past the idea that you're just asking questions and you should always just be asking questions, no, you need to move past that. You need to go. You should never be afraid to ask a question, but you can't just ask. You can't do that. Life doesn't work that way. God forbid the Socratic method rackets. Yeah. Okay, sure. If you follow the Socratic method to its irrationality, then you know exactly how dumb this is. You can't just sit around going, I don't even know. I don't even know. What even is it? What's a conversation? What's a bullet? What's a ledge? What do we even call these things? Do we know? You can't live life like this. It doesn't work. We need people to function in society. But this is all just going back to why I'm doing this. I have been watching comments from Ian Carroll, or people quoting Ian Carroll. Obviously, people are quoting Candace or supporting Candace. Like, I don't even know what there is to support. That's the weird thing. And if you question anything, if you just ask questions about any of these people, they're like, why do you love the deep state's penis all the way in the back of your uvula? And it's like, well, it has a unique ridge. Okay. So, it leave me alone. I have my preferences. But if you ask any questions, of course, people get very, very defensive very quickly. The reality is, a lot of the questions being asked about Tyler Robinson don't make any sense from a legal perspective. And we're gonna see this right in the first couple minutes of Ian Carroll's video. We're gonna see it, and that's all I've watched. I've watched, I think, less than 5 minutes, and I was like, I cannot do this. I think so. It might have been 8 minutes. I'm not sure. But we're gonna very quickly, you'll see what I'm talking about. And I'm going to try and be fair. The part I saw, guy's fucking retarded. he might get smarter as the day goes. I'm not sure. I think it. You know what I did this morning? Let me tell you real quick. This is a personal story, but it's related. It's related to all this. I woke up this morning and I turned to Lady Rackets and I said, "Hello, dear. Good morning." She said, "Hi." And I said, "Good morning." What the fuck? She said, "Hi." And I said, "Good morning." God damn it. What the fuck? She said, "Hi." And I said, "Good morning." God damn it. DJ. She said, she said hi. And I said, "Did you know that Candace Owens was 35 years old when she found out that thunder came from lightning?" Do you realize that Candace Owens walked the earth and for 35 years would see a thunderstorm and not realize that lightning and thunder are connected? She didn't know that. That's a real thing that happened. And we know that because she said it. She said that her husband had to teach her that thunder came from lightning. 35 years. Imagine you are alive. This is a pattern noticer, right? She notices patterns. She sees all these things coming together and she notices. And watch out, she's noticing you. And she doesn't realize for 35 years, the pattern of flash, 35 years. How is it? I think there's a formula. I think to become insanely popular, and I mean these people with multiple millions of subscribers, etc. You have to be fucking dumb. Like, I think you have to be dumb. And I'm not sure what exactly it is about the formula. I think maybe, how do I word this? I think maybe the average viewer is average and they like people who are average or below. Why? Why should people not make fun of her? Her talk about, like, her discussion, her just asking questions about the Tyler Robinson trial is either dishonest or stupid. And there's honestly, there's no way around it at this point. All of the things that she has been saying for a year now got just torpedoed from fucking orbit just at pretrial. I don't want to go through it right now because it would take a whole show, but you guys should check out Andrea Burkhart. Andrea Burkhart, who, you know, I'm proud to say is awesome. She put together, I don't know why I'm proud to say that. She just is. She's really fucking cool. She put together a list of the evidence presented at pretrial. And if you want a really fair shake, because she is giving a lot of runway to the defense in her discussions. She appears to be going out of her way to present as neutrally as possible. All right. But she has put together a list of all of the evidence that has been presented at the pretrial hearing against Tyler Robinson. It is devastating. It is a devastating list. If you are facing what has been presented at pre-trial, you're going to prison forever. Like, you're done. What has been presented at pre-trial is sufficient to secure a beyond a reasonable doubt verdict. They don't have to do that. That's not how pre-trial has to go. And the defense has not put up their case, and the state gets all the deference in a pretrial hearing for probable cause. Okay. This is not quite the same as the end of the state's case in chief, but it's similar. At this point in the trial, that's how it should be. It should look like, yeah, if all this stuff is right, this guy did it. And it does. You listen to whoever you want, believe whatever you want, but there are people out there trying to convince you that what has been presented is insufficient. Insufficient for probable cause is ridiculous. They have probable cause in spades. Insufficient for trial, maybe. You can presume that they're going to have a little bit more when they actually get to the full trial. If they do, you can presume that that's going to be the case. But I got to tell you, like, they really don't need to. People are convicted on way less than this all the time. And those convictions are just fine because the people usually did it. So don't take my word for what's in the evidence. I haven't even watched the whole pretrial thing, right? I've only done the two days, and the one day was only a half of the hearing. So don't take my word for it. Please don't. Take Andrea's word. She is a phenomenal lawyer. She's a phenomenal streamer, and she has put together a comprehensive list of all of the evidence presented. Now, one of the things about people who are just asking questions, like, for example, Candace Owens and Ian Carroll. And I am going to pick on them in this episode because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about this situation. And I really don't give a shit about the rest. I think I don't like Candace Owens, but I also don't have any desire to sit around beating up on her or like making fun of her most of the time. And I think her work with Bridget Macron is brilliantly fucking hilarious. I mean, she may get sued to the tune of like $300 million, but it's really funny that she is so rattled, this French lady, that is like, this should be a no-brainer for the French president and his elderly wife. This should be easy for them to handle, and they've done it all wrong. Like, I got to give her credit for that. That's really funny, and I'm glad that she did it. I don't think they should even be able to sue her. I think there's some really interesting legal questions that could come from it, so I like that part of it, but I don't think she should have to go through it. I think they should go, like, these are world leaders, and that's Candace, like, that's a Gamergate chick. What are you doing? You're going to sue her for $100 million? What the fuck for? Oh, because she says your wife's a dude? Well, tell Brad over there. Maybe he should look a little more feminine. Maybe spruce himself up downstairs a little bit. Tuck better. And no one will believe her anymore. But until you do that, don't fucking complain about it. But so I don't care about the rest of Candace Owens. I don't care about the rest of Ian Carroll and all the other really good content that I'm sure that they do. I care about this content. I care about this matter because Charlie Kirk, I'm not trying to wax romantic here or anything, but Charlie Kirk legitimately had a shot at becoming the next president of the United States. And he was, he was a little bit of a spark, but he was a uniter. his strategy was one, not his strategy, his approach to people, to conflict resolution was one that would work. And it did work over and over and over again. And, you know, at the end of the day, you're not going to convince everybody, but you have a discussion. You show respect for the other side. You give dignity to the other person, and you come out better for it. And that's what he did over and over and over again. And he was so damn effective. And this fucking little squirrely weirdo decides that he wants to shoot him for whatever reason. Because Israel and the Zionists were afraid of Charlie Kirk, I think. I don't know. I can't figure any of this out. Like, I haven't asked enough questions, so I don't know. But she has been telling people and gaslighting people about how this is going to work or about what this is for a year. And it needs to be taken apart and ridiculed, because if you're intentionally obtuse, you can never come to a resolution forever. Like, you can choose to never come to a resolution for the rest of time. That's easy to do. That's the strategy of people who make money off of just asking questions, is to always have a question and never have an answer. It's like a government program. If it solves its problem, it goes away. This isn't actually true, by the way. They can actually do anything else, but for whatever reason, they don't. They do it this way. And that's fine. But it does merit responses sometimes. So we are going to watch Ian Carroll. We are going to, we'll discuss little bits about Candace Owens because he brings her up right away. And so we might have to address that. But mostly we're just going to have some laughs. I don't know how this guy is famous. Like, I don't get it. I will never understand how these people.
I do.
What is it?
These are the.
I will never understand how these people end up with 1 million plus subscribers. The one thing I pointed out was it's really interesting that the go-to response of Candace Owens, of Ian Carroll, Jake Shields, these people, is to always suggest that the other person is a paid opposition, right? They're controlled opposition, Jewish money, whatever it may be. The interesting thing is a lot of these people actually did take that kind of money. They took money. They got funded to start their shows and their podcasts, and they got promoted, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They actually did take those payments. That came out. I don't know if you guys remember, but a bunch of stuff came out about influencers or whatever getting paid like $7,000 to be pro-Israel or something at some point. There have been other instances of it where money that came in from fucking billionaire liberals funded, like JF Garipe or whatever. Do you guys know JF? He's the one who like maybe murdered his retarded wife or something. That's a complicated story. I hate laughing at it. It's just such a stupid headline. I don't know if he did or not. I'm not making that claim. It's just like that's kind of there was some stuff about that. I don't even know if she's dead. Is she dead? Do they know? She just disappeared. Anyway, this doesn't matter. His podcast was like started with like $20,000 or $25,000 grant from that fucking billionaire. The one who sends all the bricks to the Antifa protests. Who was that? He was like 178 years old, and his son just took over. His son at a spry like 86. What is that? God, I can't remember his name. George Soros. Yeah, it was like he took like a $20,000 or $25,000 grant from Soros or someone like that. If it wasn't Soros, it was someone like that. I can't remember exactly. You can find all this stuff somewhere. But it's like, I'll tell you guys, I have never been offered like money to shill for anything. I would take it. Give me some fucking cash. I'm mostly exaggerating on that, like for the joke. I've never been offered anything like that. I don't know where these people get these offers. Like, you know, the frustrating thing is some of the positions like, no, I hold that position already. So like, I'd take the money, but I don't know where you get those. I have never gotten anything like that. The closest thing I've ever had to that is, you know, I had a Rumble contract for a year, and but part of my contract with Rumble and Locals, it was like a combined thing, but they were two different companies at the time. We don't really need to get into this too much. Part of my contract that I demanded was I said, I will not be told what I can and cannot say. I won't do it. So I said, you know, for ad reads and stuff like that, I'm going to be honest. You know, I want to try products out before I endorse them or whatever. But for the ad reads and stuff, you cannot tell me what I have to say. And if you don't like the ad, like if they don't like the ad read, just, you know, don't do another one. Really simple. Like that's how I do business. If I go buy a sandwich and I like the sandwich, I'll probably buy another one. If I go buy a sandwich and it tastes like communism, I'm going to throw it in the garbage and I'm not going to go back and buy another one. So I've never allowed a contract to tell me what I can and can't say. All of the reviews that I did, everything I said about those things, those are all just me. Sometimes they would give me like a guideline script, but it was in my contract that would never be a forced read of anything. So that being said, I don't know where these people get this cool influencer cash, but yeah, the reason I brought this up, people who are trying to figure out what someone else is going through, experiencing, and then doing, and how they're making their decisions. We've talked about this on the show. Stick with me. If they don't know the other person's experience, their brain does something automatic. Their brain does something automatic. It fills in the blanks with their own experience. And they assume, not consciously, subconsciously, assume that the other person's lived experience is the same as theirs. I got news for you. Most people are different, right? But we don't, our brains for efficiency purposes do this really quickly. We don't have time to like empathize with every single person and try and figure out their life story. So your brain just plugs in stuff like the normal things that happen. So when you have people whose go-to default reaction is, you know, listen to what they're saying, they're a paid shill. that their assumption is that their opposition is a paid shill. You have to start wondering if maybe that's their experience, that they believe that every podcaster, every content creator out there has just this pool of this pool of big money that'll dump into them for their, for their paid opinions. I don't know why they would think that unless that's their experience. Now, as I said in my tweet, and as I've said before on the show, and this will be the end of this topic, and then we'll move into the thing. There's a huge percentage of people out there whose brains not only automatically do this and they don't know about it, but there's a significant portion of people, and I believe I read it was something like 60%. They cannot abstract themselves out. They can't do it. They don't realize that they're doing it. They don't realize that they're plugging in their own life. Like, well, everybody wears red shoes. No, they don't. Not everybody wears red shoes. What are you talking about? Most people wear black or white shoes. Those are the most common colors. No. Everybody wears red shoes. Everybody has like 10 pairs of shoes, right? No, they don't. A lot of people get by on one or two. What are you talking about? Some people have 50. if they're a Ponzi YouTuber or whatever. Their brains cannot do that. They cannot take out that information that gets plugged in. They're unable to. Even if they focus on it, they can't figure it out. You always have to wonder when those accusations come out right away that that's their go-to. You always just have to wonder why. Because my first thought is literally never, oh, that person's paid to have that opinion. I never think that. Ryan says you should ask Candace how she would feel if she didn't eat breakfast. I never think that the other person is paid opposition because I don't know what they're opposition to. I don't know why. Like I do not have this experience, and I know it's out there. I know it is, but I don't have this experience of being given a pile of money to have like an opinion. The closest thing I've come to with that is like an ad read, but those are overt. I tell you exactly when they are, and like I said, I always aim to try out the products as much as they could be tried out and stuff like that before endorsing them. And so that was just my opinion on them. I was paid to give that opinion, but I was not paid to give their opinion. I was paid to give mine. And maybe that's why I don't do maybe that's why I don't have ad reads all over. By the way, if you're an ad agent looking for one at all times, but I've never had that experience of like when they listed out or they found all the influencers or creators or whatever who got those like pro-Israel $7,000 checks. Do you guys remember that thing? I think it was $7,000 and I think it was Israel. Maybe it was Iran. I don't know. But I'm like, where was the line for that? Because my line didn't end at like a $7,000 check, but that would be cool if it did. Can I take one now and go back? But, and I want to be clear on that type of stuff. There's nothing illegal about it. You can be paid to deliver a message. Sometimes there's disclosure agreements like YouTube. If you're being sponsored, you have to disclose that this is a sponsored stream, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I don't know where that I was in the wrong line, like normal. I was in the line that had cocaine in it, I think. But which was fun, but it was not a cool like Star David check or whatever it was. I don't remember. Was it Israel and was it 7,000? Is someone there? Like, do you guys in the chat know this? You remember this story? Am I dumb? Kloom says mini chainsaw. No, that mini chainsaw, that thing rocks. I still have two of them. I need to find. I have one that's disassembled and one that's assembled. I need to find my assembled one because I have some tree pruning to do. Okay, here we go.
Louise, I miss you. Melton is keeping us apart. Denounce him and we can get back on track. Hululululu.
Hululululu. No, I'll never denounce Melton. He gave me $7,000 to be pro-Israel. Chininator says, so stoked to catch you live in a really long time. Been watching your playbacks. Glad things seem to be doing well. Oh, they are. They're doing very well right now. No complaints. The only complaint I have is I haven't been taking enough time with you guys. Ryan is trying and says, I believe it was Cutter. Oh, okay. So maybe it was Cutter. I don't remember. The 7,000 is Israel. I thought it was 6 million. By the way, Zionist Israeli deep state government agents, I have a Rumble wallet, motherfuckers. What? What? You want to fill that Rumble wallet with Bitcoin, bitches? What are we doing? You're telling me that Israel doesn't have like 4 or 5 Bitcoin they can just throw into Daddy Rackets' Rumble wallet? Let's go. Let's make it happen. God. You're giving money to these losers. You could be giving me Bitcoin all the time. Rumble wallet. GMB 615 says, good to see you, Nick. The idiocy around Charlie's murder is staggering and enraging. It brings the worst out of me, lol. It brings the worst out of all of us, but also the best. 44 Magnum North says, I looked up the term charlatan in the dictionary and there was a picture of Candace Owens. That's an interesting, I don't have a picture dictionary. Are you 8? Just kidding. 44 Magnum North says, only highly intelligent people can fuck up so badly. It takes imagination to fuck everything up so bad. Listen, you shut your mouth. I had ideas. I had good ones. And when I was on cocaine, I would have told you all about them endlessly, incessantly. Hey, you want to hear about my plan? I got this plan. I got this cool plan for a thing. I'm going to talk about it. Want to see what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it soon. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Let's go to Ian Carroll. And I do apologize ahead of time for this. I've never seen this guy. Oh, he only has 780,000 subscribers on YouTube. Yeah, it's more like 1.4 million Twitter followers. Most of those are Israelis, I assume. Deep Surface says, headline, pro-Trump influencers are rushing to explain after DOJ said their work was funded by Russia. Give me some Russian dollars. I will take rupees or whatever. Just give me a big pile of them. I'll figure it out. ACS Drafting says, I had ideas. EHEF4868 says, I love it couldn't be a Mauser rifle. It's too old. There's a picture of a modern gun used in the event. Like the mechanical parts that fire a gun require a wood stock. We're going to get to some information, I guess, about the gun. There's a shirt. There's like a shirt involved that people are freaking out about. I don't know if you guys know this. Do you guys know physics? Is that a thing that you understand? Hold on. Mouse is being stupid. People are freaking out about Charlie Kirk's shirt moving before the bullet hit Charlie Kirk. I have news for you. There's a bow wave in front of the bullet because the bullet is an object pushing against air. That air gets pressed into a wave that precedes the bullet. That pressure wave hits first because it is ahead of the bullet. So when you see a t-shirt ripple before a bullet hits, that's normal. It just usually is happening so fast and you're not watching it in slow motion. But there's a compressed chunk of air in front of the bullet. And there's a vacuum behind the bullet. Any moving object does this. And the faster they move, the bigger, the more massive they are, the more energy that they carry. Obviously, those change how, the ultimate result of it. But this is not weird. It would be way weirder if that didn't happen. Yep, Steve, I got it. I got him in just a second. Thank you, sir. So we're gonna talk a little bit about that, but I'm not gonna sit and spend all day. I'm not. I like physics, but I'm not a physicist. But I can explain a couple basic things here and there. I can do that and walk us through why some things happen. If you give me a lot of time, I can do some of the math, but not all of it. Better people do math than me, right? Like that's good. I'm glad that mathematicians exist so that I don't have to do it. Even though I like math, I like physics. I just don't like spending the time to go through it all. But I like the concepts, and I understand the concepts to enough of a degree to know that there's a fucking bow wave before a bullet. And that when it hits something like a shirt, that shirt is going to ripple like water. So we're going to talk about stuff like that if it comes up. VSync says, so on the have to be dumb topic, did you see Cenk Uygur comments Ari soy sauce and Anna Kasparian on about Bosnia and Herzegovina? Yes, I did. And also me and I got to share just a brief moment with my best friend Lauren Chen. Because anytime Lauren Chen pops up in my timeline, I talk to her about soy sauce. I don't think that's racist because I genuinely want to have a discussion about fried rice with Lauren Chen, like, because I love fried rice, and I think it would be a good show. She and I just talking rice and stuff and frying it. So anyway, but yeah, I did see. Cenk is married to a Chinese woman, but he thought that soy sauce was something only the Japanese used, which tells me that his Chinese woman wife does not make good fried rice. That we have learned. Catslave56 says, I turned 70 on the 8th. Sadly, you didn't stream that night. Oh my goodness, you're 70 years old? Congrats. I'm proud of you. That's fucking awesome. 7 decades. Oh, you had to live through all of disco and you were like conscious for it. God, I don't even know what to do. Happy birthday. Catslave also says, oh, I forgot micropene. Now that you're 70, or not that I know that you're 70, and now that you are 70, because you weren't before, which is why I didn't know about it. Now that I know you're 70, that's going to come across way different now. And I love it. Stupid April says, I am also 70. Yes. Yes. VSync says, I thought you have to register as a foreign agent, and that was one they went after people like Michael Flynn for. Yeah, that was part of it. You know, that is a separate criminal act. Like, just being paid doesn't matter if you're being paid by a foreign power. You know, like there's when you have income specifically coming from a foreign source, there are disclosures you may have to do. Check with your accountant and your attorney. Brutus Publius says, hey, Nick, bit off topic, but please say a toast for my dog, Dilly, that died today. Thanks for the laughs. I really needed it today. Brutus, to Dilly. To Dilly. A toast to a companion. A small animal when you find them, but they quickly become a friend and then a bedrock of your daily life. Steadfast and stalwart little companion. I don't know of a better word for it. They're there no matter what you're feeling. They're there to piss you off when you really need to be pissed off. And they're there to bring you comfort the moment you show any sign of distress. They become more than a friend, more than an ally. They are a traveler with you for a time. When they leave, it's always brutal. Cheers to the life that Dilly had with you. Cheers to the life that you gave to her. So, amen, brother. All right. I think that's that. Last thing I need to do, I need to pin the super tips link. I need to do that because after that heartfelt toast, obviously money is the first thing on everybody's mind. So it's a good time to pin the super tip link. Look, if your guys' contributions and shit are how the show has always been funded, except for that year from Rumble. Obviously, that was a little bit different. And I say this truly. I really wish I had not done the contract in that way. I really do. Because I didn't understand. I mean, I understand that people like to participate in the show and stuff like that with super chats. Like, I got it. I understood that. but I didn't understand how much of a part of a show that was. And I do really think that that the contract with Rumble and my decreased attention to those things impacted people's ability to interact with the show, and it became something different than it was. So, that's all just to say that I really appreciate that you guys do those contributions. They do help me not have like Israeli money or whatever it is coming in to control anything. And they let us do this show the way we do the show. Us being me and you, it's symbiotic that way. And we all we get to have a little bit more fun with it. By the way, VSync, thank you for sending one of those through the Rumble wallet, or maybe two. I don't know. Did you send both of those through Rumble wallet? That's cool. Nick looks like he's about to scam a bunch of FBI agents with Arabs and mafia types in New York. I am, brothers. We have a good deal. Real Patriot Party says, I'm drinking Java Monster salted caramel. What are you chugging there? I got Monster Caucasian, you know. It's a white woman drink. Would you like some Israeli money? The Jew Council can reach out. Look, I'll take any gold bars, all of the gold bars. I just don't know how people get involved in these deals. Like, that's the thing that really, like, I don't understand.
Trying to specifically charity.
I'm like, how do you get there? How does that even happen? Okay, I've got this pulled up now. Let's get this on screen, and let's start DummyVision. I've stalled long enough. Oh, and a subtle reminder and a definite shilling, not Kurt shilling, but like promotion shilling. We are doing Cooking with Kurt, I think tomorrow probably is the plan. So if you want to get yourself a membership on YouTube, on Rumble, Locals and Rumble are the same, wherever you get if you get your membership on Rumble, I think, and then you get access to Locals. I think that's how it works. Anyway, if you want to get yourself a membership or gift out memberships, we do have that'll be a fun member show. It's been a while since Kurt has cooked anything for us. And so there's much to watch there. Okay, here we go. So this is the show. This is Ian Carroll. I think this is an AI image of him.
When you were talking about that.
Oh, no, it's not. This motherfucker has some filters on. Right? Look at this image. Somebody help me out here. Is this a natural image? That looks like this man is running some NVIDIA filters on his camera. If he is not, I will offer a retraction. But I think somebody might be running some filters. Oh, thanks for letting me know about the echo. I will fix that. Okay, here we go. He runs a porno shop from his garage. Wait, really? Okay, real quick. Oppo research, I guess. Who the fuck is this guy? Like, is that real? Does he really like run a pornography business? Like, I don't care. That doesn't bother me. I'm just curious if that was just a joke. Never heard of this dude. No, mustache told me so. Celestial Forces, after all the shit going on the tubes, it would be refreshing to see two OGs of YouTube cooking together. Wait, who do you want me to cook with? If you think like I'm not going to be cooking with, yeah, no, I won't be cooking with Kurt. We call the segment "Cooking with Kurt." We watch Kurt cook with Kurt on his channel, and we assess his culinary acumen. That's the best way to put that. Okay, here we go.
Camera, did you?
I did not.
It's an interesting thing to leave out of your discussion of the whole situation now, isn't it?
No.
So
No, it's not. Right away, we have someone misunderstanding things. It's not interesting at all. He's going to talk about it.
there was a bald guy driving Tyler Robinson's car with 3 other people in the car the night of the shooting. And that's been in the report all along.
Right.
And they knew that all along.
Okay.
And he's not he avoided mentioning it.
Why would he?
Conspiracy theory.
Why would he mention it? Immediately! Why? Why would he? Well, that's weird, isn't it? No. Next question. Just keep asking questions. I can keep giving you answers all fucking day. It's not weird that the state did not elicit exculpatory evidence during their probable cause hearing. That's not weird. That's up to the defense. If the defense on cross wants to bring up this car thing, or whatever it was, if they want to do that, they should. They should do that. But it's not weird that this guy, whose job is to sit and answer questions, didn't. That's not strange. That needs to be elicited by an attorney. His job is to just answer truthfully, not answer with added stuff, just answer the questions that he's asked. That's his entire job. If you're like, well, why didn't he bring this up? Because the lawyers didn't ask. That's easy. Do you need to know how to make mac and cheese? Like, what do you need help with here? Why is this hard for you? So we're 10 seconds in. I'm already fucking annoyed by this guy. Jadine says, hey, Nick, may use the F slur and R slur in here? Yes, it's not only allowed, it is encouraged. Use whatever slurs you want. I don't care. The one caveat is, anything that happens to your, as a result of what you say in chat, YouTube can take actions on your account and stuff. So, but yeah, as far as there's no rules against any of that.
Super tip seems greater than or equal to a half shaft, at least. You can say I'm wrong, but I'm probably not wrong.
You're definitely not wrong. It's greater to a half shaft. I think I'm not sure what that means, but it is. Jim Satala has rated the stream. What's up, Jim? Welcome to your viewers as well. Jim offered his companionship on this show, saying that he would hang out with me and make fun of this stuff with me. And I thought about doing it, but I wanted the inaugural show to be just me. But I want to put it out there publicly that I do intend to have Jim on for one of these things. I have a feeling we're gonna do some more of these. I have a feeling there's gonna be some really stupid stuff.
Entering a dangerous zone.
Yeah, Mr. Biz intro.
Of the preliminary hearing of Tyler Robinson in the Charlie Kirk murder, assassination, investigation, trial, etc. And
It's
it's
not et
been
cetera.
really interesting.
It's just a pretrial hearing. You could say the overall thing is the trial of Tyler Robinson, but it's not all those other things. It's not those. It's just the one thing. That's it. That's it. It's either the trial or the subset of the trial, which is the pretrial hearing specifically. That's what it is. It's not the investigation. That's done. The investigation's over. They're not investigating still. They have an ongoing investigation during the pendency of the trial because there are rules typically about data access, data storage, publicity, confidentiality, etc., that are oftentimes tied to having an ongoing investigation. So while you have trial, and a lot of times through the appeal window, until the appeal possibilities are exhausted, the main appeal possibilities are exhausted, and those timelines happen, you have an investigation, but no one's investigating. They've made their case, or they've decided their case, and they're going to now present their case to the judge. It's not multiple things. It's just one. It's just one thing. It's just one.
Proceeding so far. I'm sure that you've seen clips. I'm sure that you've seen opinions. I'm sure you've seen commentary. There's lots more to come, I'm sure. I've been following along largely with all of our homies on the various live streams. We got Nate and Matt from Trigger Smart and Bays and Danks.
Who are these people? I don't know any of these people at all. I can tell that none of them know what I know.
We got a whole bunch of homies that are doing daily co-streams, which is a ton of fun to watch. So I've been following along with them and listening and analyzing. And I'm going to summarize everything that we've learned so far and everything.
I can't be entirely negative. I'm gonna say it. I think this is a handsome guy. I like his hair. I think his mustache and beard combination is weird, but it works. I don't really like his shirt. It's not my style. I think he's a handsome fella. I'm not gonna shit on his looks at all. He's a good looking dude. I do think he's running some AI filters on his camera, but hey, whatever. Mustache is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Yeah, I know. It's sweeping. It's sweeping right now. Mustaches like that are great. They never leave a clean penis or a dirty penis. Never once. Let's see. No, but no shade. No shade. Handsome fella. If I saw him at a bar or whatever, I'd be like, "Hey, buddy, like, good job being handsome." That's it. That's it. I wouldn't, I'm not actually gay or anything, so. Shut Up, Mike and Cook says, "Hi, Nick and Gremlins. I finished my course and I am free." Wee, he is not that handsome, Nick. I didn't say he was that handsome. I just said he was handsome. Like, my God. Edith Medick, member for 12 months, says, "Candace came to me in a dream. There was a micropene."
Ian make gay prawn out of his garage with paint, huffing, fit up hobos he gives mustache rides to cause he jelly about how big Kirk micropene be.
Damn.
Fuck! Smell like a Greyhound bus station bathroom in San Fran.
That is San Francisco. That's accurate. He is really good. Like, his lighting is very dramatic. He is one of the better camera setups I've seen on the interwebs. So I got to give him props.
That is new and significant, and there's a lot that's significant. And it's important to preface up front that what this is not the trial. This is not about proving guilt beyond any reasonable doubt.
Correct.
This is a preliminary hearing that is just about should it go to trial, and the bar is super low. It's going to go to trial. This bar will be met. Baron Coleman did a really
nice edit. At least he understands this. So I got to give him props, because some people think that, like, they have not made it to probable cause and stuff. And you're absolutely wrong if that's what you think. I'm not here to make fun of you about it. It's just, this is going, they have probable cause. They have it. They have it so much that it's crazy. And I think, I don't know, Gosney, have you been watching this Tyler Robinson pretrial stuff? I think you'd agree with me. They have probable cause pretty well nailed down at this point. Success in the 80s. Says it was 7,000, 1,000 for each million, and then one for the tip. Come on. Steve says he's not been watching, but he's read a bit. They have probable cause. I mean, I think people really get in their heads about what it means to have probable cause, like for the state to have probable cause. It's such a lower bar than than you think. Even when you know about it, it's a much lower bar than you typically think, or than people I have observed typically think. The state gets to probable cause really easy. Remember, the probable cause standard is effectively more likely than not, if all of the facts presented are uncontested, this person did it. That's kind of like a way to think about it. Yeah. I mean, if what the state has presented through testimony and through forensic evidence and through video evidence and admissions, if that's uncontroverted, then he did it. And you know he did because he said, I did it. That alone, if uncontroverted, is probable cause for the arrest and the charge. That's it. Now, it's important to note that just because you have probable cause, that doesn't make the decision for you. We are autonomous. We have our choices. And, district attorneys and county attorneys have, they make decisions. They make a charging decision. They have to have probable cause to make a decision. They don't have to make the decision just because they have probable cause. But in this case, they've made the decision to charge. They've supported it with probable cause. And like I said, the state gets all deferences on a probable cause motion. If you have someone saying that this person confessed to them, then, you've got probable cause in that alone. Now, obviously, you would want to present more than that, but you don't have to present everything because you're not actually at trial. You just have to show that the charges you brought are reasonable. That's it.
Great breakdown of it that you should watch. He's a lawyer. I'm not. We're not getting whether or not Tyler's guilty. That's not what we're getting right now. But what we are getting is
wait a minute.
What evidence is guilty? Watch. He's a lawyer. I'm not. We're not getting.
Okay, so Baron Coleman. Okay. I thought this guy didn't like Israel. Baron Coleman. That's like the bizarro Ron Coleman, probably. That was just funny because they said Andrew's crash out is funny. This guy has been fighting back and forth with Andrew Wilson. We've had our our moments in the sun. Islands in the stream. There's a pickle jar. No, sorry. Anyway, but Andrew Wilson has been very frustratedly addressing some of these people and some of these things. He's not happy about it. So I wouldn't consider it a crash out at all. It's more just like dejected anger at how these people are treating Charlie's legacy, remembering that a lot of these people knew him personally. I didn't, but he seems like a nice guy. Real Patriot Party says, I read that one. I don't know if Charlie would have approved of my drug use. I was more serial, says Rumble is great, but if you stream to YouTube, why don't you stream to Kick? I cannot get the identity verification on Kick to work. I actually went and applied for a new driver's license because it keeps saying that mine is fake, which is funny, or that my selfies are fake. So I'm just waiting to get fucking approved for monetization. I'm already partnered on Kick. I have no subscribers, but I'm partnered over there. I want to stream on Kick badly, very badly, because I think there's potential there. But I can't do it. Like I can't verify my identity because their automated system just thinks I'm not me. So I realized that I know I look a little different after my stuff. Like I went back and looked at older pictures and like you can see some pretty significant differences. So I wondered if my driver's license, which the picture was a couple years old, maybe the picture on that just wasn't up to date enough. So I went and got a new picture where I look like a homeless man, just like normal. And I'm hoping that that'll work. But I've been waiting since like fucking March or something when I went and got this or went and took the picture. And I'm still waiting for that for that to ship out. It's crazy. I don't know why they're so backed up. They should try a laxative. Miss Natty Lamar says, I couldn't send this chat on YouTube, so here I am. Ian used to have a man bun before he chopped it off. He has great hair for a retarded faggot. I love that Rumble let you send that. That was fantastic. No, he really does have luscious, beautiful hair. If he had a man bun, that is gay. And that's fine. It's 2026. It's okay to be gay. Shut Up, I Can Cook says, Nick, Super Tips is interrogating me, thus I cannot send one. Oh, I am debating clan members on Twitter. Any clan in here? Lol, let us talk. A wink, wink. Cookie's the clan whisperer. 512 Texas Red says, hey, Nick, glad to be back to chatting and stuff. Hey, man, how you doing? Did you hear Stu Pedasso's take? He must also be on the regarded pills. I don't know who Stu Pedasso is. So no, I did not hear that. Good to see you, brother. I think about you every time I eat barbecue.
Whether or not Tyler's guilty. That's not what we're getting right now. But what we are getting is what evidence do they have? Because they're presenting a whole bunch of their evidence. The prosecution is presenting to show why it should go to trial. And if you recall, we were told explicitly by TPUSA that there are mountains of evidence.
There are mountains of evidence. There's a fucking mountain of evidence. And that's just what they presented here. This is the problem. We're going to start in on this. This is the problem with these Just Ask Questions people. They treat every single question as if it exists in a vacuum, devoid of all other data. And so they're like, do you believe this? And you're like, well, yeah. And you're like, why? How can you possibly do that? It's like, well, because of this and this and this. And they act like those things don't happen, that those things aren't real, that they're not there. But that's not how evidence works. Evidence works cumulatively. Every little piece of evidence is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It's all together. It's a team effort.
That's the whole premise of why TPUSA is so certain that Tyler Robinson is the guy. And that's
the other reason. And let me just say this. Like, again, I don't care what you think. I really don't. I'm going to make fun of this stuff either way. But it's not personal. There comes a point in a murder trial where when you go, I don't think he's the guy, you don't have to solve the fucking murder, but can you give me a hint? A hint with any evidence to it? Because that's where we get. It's like, well, what about this theory? And what about that theory? And it's like, but those don't have any evidence. Like those don't have any evidence at all. And you're sitting here criticizing the evidence that's being presented, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But what you're referring to is unsupported entirely. It does exist in a vacuum and it doesn't stand on its own. It's two things that are broken.
That's why they said that, because they're so sure that Tyler Robinson is the guy, because they've seen some of this evidence behind the scenes. There's just so much of it that's why you're an evil person for asking any questions.
This is a false premise. People aren't saying you're evil for asking questions. Some people are acting in a way that's discourteous. Some people would call it evil. Who cares? Who cares if someone on Twitter calls it evil? But they're not saying, the overwhelming majority of people are not saying you're evil. They're saying you're fucking dumb. That's what they're saying. It's not you're evil, Ian Carroll. It's, bro, like, have you had your Cheerios checked? Like, what's going on here? Let's watch the evidence come into court, but watch it come into court. And when it does, you go, okay, well, I guess, there's that. And when you watch over and over and over and over again, all of this stuff stacking up exactly how they said it would, by the way, you maybe got to think, Tyler Robinson might be the shooter. And it might not be a giant conspiracy. It might not be whatever. But let's see.
Doing any investigations. That's where the premise that Candace Owens is a horrible, hateful person comes from.
That's actually not where that comes from at all. That's not not the common premise. Again, saying someone is dumber than a refrigerator does not mean that you think they're evil. I don't think Candace Owens is capable of being evil. I don't think she can spell evil. That's not the premise. The premise is that Candace Owens seems to be either stupid or lying. And both can be true. Both can be true in different measures, etc. But she seems to be one of those two things in almost everything she says about the Tyler Robinson case. Because people who do this all the time, the professionals who do this, the professional watchers like all of us, right, as well, we're looking at this going, none of this is weird, and this is adding up to a bog fucking standard murder trial. This isn't a crazy murder trial. Murdaugh, so far, the Murdaugh murder trial was much, much more difficult than this one. This one's really straightforward. Guy on roof with gun shoots Charlie Kirk from roof. Tries to run away. Talks explicitly about all of the things he did before that information was out in the wild to his weird tranny furry troon boyfriend or whatever it is. All of that stuff happened. Like, that really did happen. Just like they said it did. And they have evidence of all of it. And these guys are like, but like, when are they gonna bring any evidence? Like, there's a shitload, buddy.
Is because there's so much evidence that there's no question, and you don't need to ask any questions because the feds already solved it. So
There's also, I don't remember what the fallacy is called, but it's like the reductio ad absurdum. People aren't saying don't ask any questions. People aren't saying that you can't have a different opinion or you can't be skeptical. No one's saying any of that. No one's doing that. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say no one. People in general are not doing that. People are saying, I'm looking at this guy doing this. I'm looking at these people identify him over and over and over in different videos. I'm looking at that. I'm looking at people recount multiple admissions.
we are expecting to see overwhelming evidence. And there's some evidence that we already knew we were looking for, like there should be video of the shot being taken on the roof, because we know there's a video camera that explicitly is pointed at that roof that saw the person on the roof. There should be video of the shot being taken. There is. And we've got that. It's a little underwhelming. It's extremely underwhelming. And then
what do you expect it to be? What do you expect from these cameras? Like, I don't know what these people believe they're going to see on some of these videos, but all that exists, everything you just described, that happened, that was shown in court. K Bean has become a YouTube member. Welcome, K Bean. Thank you very much for joining. Raggedy Man says, most people don't look at what the jury would think, and most jurors are normies, regular everyday people. Yeah, and we're going to get to that regular everyday and normie thing, because I know kind of where that's coming from, and I'm not accusing you of that, but I know where it comes from for the way when some people say it. So we'll address that in just a second. It's coming up. Big Sky says, member for 5 months. It's 5 months. How the fuck? Why so many grays? You know, having a lot of grays in the chat is both good and bad. It's both good and bad, because it means that there's people here who have not had the opportunity maybe to become members, and we can get them to share their member with us.
And is there any change to the evidence that we were told about in advance? And most importantly, is there any new evidence that's going to add significance and weight to this allegation that Tyler Robinson is a lone gunman?
All the evidence is new evidence because nothing's been presented to the court yet. Everything that you've heard, and this is a thing that people keep getting stuck up on. They're like, oh, well, at a press conference, so-and-so said this, or, oh, back in whenever they said this in a news article. Get that out of your fucking mind right now. Get that out of your mind. That's not useful at all right now, because the only thing that matters is what is presented to the court, what is accepted and admitted by the court. That's it. That's all that matters. Everything else, throw it out of your mind. Oh, but they said this before. Like, you can ask questions based on that stuff, but you cannot base your assessment of the case on what was said in a news conference 8 months ago. You can't do it. Or what was said on a police scanner during the shooting. That is, the defense can bring it as exculpatory evidence. But most of that stuff gets explained away with, well, we investigated it. And we found out that maybe someone was wrong or mistaken or misidentified someone or whatever. It happens all the time. If there's a gunshot that people are not like immediately witness to, then there's questions and confusion. If a major political figure gets shot in front of 5,000 people, nobody knows what's going on. There's going to be misinformation. There's going to be things that's wrong. It's not necessarily intentional. And most of the time, it doesn't matter because none of this stuff is coming before the court. That's what all of pretrial discovery and the investigation, all of that is meant to weed out that incorrect information that was coming in early, or those misinterpretations, or irrelevant red herring type stuff. Oh, well, what about this person that we saw walking over there? They match some description, blah, blah, blah. Someone thought they saw them drop something in a bush. That doesn't mean that they actually did. It just means that there was some information that came in, it got followed up on, and it's not part of the case, or it is part of the case. And the defense, of course, can use any of this stuff that they believe is exculpatory. The question you have to ask yourself in all this is, why isn't the defense bringing up all of these brilliant points? They're all paid opposition, I'm sure, as well. But you have to start. We have to start using reason at some point here. Tay Logan has become a member. Thank you. Welcome. We'd love to have your member here. Big Sky gifted 5 memberships. That is 5 beautiful members. Thank you. So very veiny in here right now. DX Mania gifting 10 memberships. My goodness. Put it on the table. Put it on the table. At the end of the day, there is Knight, member for 8 months, says, I love it here. Can I get fat girl rant, please? Wait. Do you want me to rant about a fat girl? Do you want me to rant as a fat girl? You got to tag me in the chat. Tell me what you mean by fat girl rant. I'm willing to do many things. So like, I'm not opposed. I just want to deliver the right thing. ACS Drafting gifting 5 memberships. Mike, I'm going to have to put up the membership counter. We're at 22 of those bad boys. Thank you. Guys, if you get a gifted membership, make sure and say thanks to the person who sent it. Phoenix 00 Night says, is there clear identifiable video evidence that the public can see that Tyler took the shot and wasn't he booked on 9/11 at 10 p.m.? I think he was, I don't know the timing he was booked. I don't know. It depends what you mean by identifiable. Okay. Is there a 4K video in third person perspective, like a Fortnite clip of him taking the shot with the slow motion bullet cam? No, there isn't. Murders are hard. People don't like to take, especially if it's a planned murder, like people don't like to be near cameras. They kind of look for those sometimes. I don't know if Tyler Robinson did, but I know if I was going to shoot someone from a building, I would find the farthest camera position I could. But no, but there is video of someone matching the description of Tyler Robinson doing the actions that Tyler Robinson texted to his furry lover. Like all of those things, when you combine the evidence and look at it as cumulative, you go, yeah, there's video that shows all of these things that we know that happened. And that's an amazing coincidence if it's not him. Real Patriot Party says, Tyler was not a lone gunman. I was paid by Israel to take out Kirk, but my access code to the space laser did not work when I tried to log in. Tyler was a backup furry fucker hitman in case I failed. Yeah, they probably use the same photo ID thing that Kick uses. That's why it didn't work. At the end of the day, there is Knight says a rant about me as a fat girl so I can lose some pounds. Lose them? You're going to have trouble losing pounds, babe. You got a gravity well growing in that lady gut. You're worried about losing pounds? You should be worried about losing heartbeats. because your cardiac system cannot keep up with your corpulent indulgences. And I've been wanting to say something about it for a while, but the sound of my rescuing voice was muffled out by layers and layers and layers of adipose tissue. And my God, please find a treadmill, find a steak knife. I mean, I know you know where a steak knife is. Clean it off first, sanitize it, and get rid of that weight. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. It is a burden upon you. It is like communist policy around your supplement.
Shout out to the gauze. Tyler will be snuggling balls deep Von Thunderdick for the rest of his life as he cries himself to sleep. It will smell worse than Ian's garage.
Ew.
Beef brisket, bitch.
Beef brisket, bitch. The asterisk says, never invite the Greys to share their members. Anyone that likes loud theremin playing to their probing kink cannot be trusted. I agree. I don't know why, but I do. Candace Owens is worn out XXXL butt plug. How do you wear that one out? Just like Q 1.0, Candace Owens is Q 2.0. It's another psyop meant to further divide people. People haven't figured this out already. I guess we really are fucked as a society. I don't know if it's a psyop. I think maybe she, makes money doing it. Sledge Entertainment says, Nick, I'm late. You're gay. Hope you had an awesome day. I did, but you have to go back earlier in the episode to find out why. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
That was motivated by trans and like gay stuff. Had nothing to do with Israel, had nothing to do with any other co-conspirators. There was no conspiracy. There was no state actors. There was no intelligence agencies. Not a trained assassin, not a hitman, nothing complicated. Just a disgruntled gay kid that shot him all on his own. And
why is the last one supposedly the weird one? Everything you just listed is exceedingly rare. Everything leading up to the last one. It's not rare. Disgruntled gay kid. Disgruntled gay kids have shot people over and over and over. Everything else you just listed is from a fucking novel. What are we talking about here? Idiot. He's like, he's not part of a conspiracy, has nothing to do with Israel. What the fuck does it have to do with Israel? What are we talking about? Somebody help me. I don't get it. Why is Israel involved in this? And I don't mean why are they, you know what I mean? Why do people think that Israel has an interest in killing Charlie Kirk? Israel can control the weather or whatever. They can make the storm, baby. But nope, we need to employ a retarded gay kid to shoot Charlie Kirk. We just can't get him any other way. Super Israel, with all the resources in the world, has to employ a completely useless assassin co-conspirating with who's got fucking diaper fur or whatever. The most sensical thing is that he's a gay furry, which means up here, he's already fucked up. He's already fucked up. He's being gaslit by everybody in his life about how much everybody hates him and his life is over and blah, 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 and Republicans are going to ruin him. So he goes and kills the most prominent one. That's not weird. That's the least weird thing of all the things he listed. And he's like, yeah, it's just that. Yeah, it probably is. Most murders are just like that. It's something dumb. Holy shit. Occam's razor, motherfucker. The most obvious answer is usually the correct one. The simplest answer, that's the simplest one. Disgruntled gay kid gets a gun, wants to shoot the person who he thinks is ruining his life. Not weird. Sad. Unfortunate. Evil. Not weird. Coding AGC says the hippopotamus has gone down from 275 to 215. Oh my God. You shed a whole sandwich that other chick ate. I need to lose 10 more pounds to get to normal BMI. So Shame me again, hopefully for the last time. The only way you're going to escape your shame for the last time is on your deathbed. So you better not think that this is the last shaming you're going to get. No. I'm sorry. Your calorie, your fucking calorie fund is overflowing. It was invested in NVIDIA, big boy. 10 pounds? Oh, just 10 pounds? We know you're lying. 10 pounds for you is just one order of meatballs. Oh, man. God, I can't imagine.
Everything new that has come out during this trial only makes it shakier and only makes it more questionable. And we're going to go.
And thus, we are nowhere in this video. Thus, we have the problem. Evidence is being presented, and he's like, every single thing that comes out only casts more doubt on everything. Nope. That's called bullshit. That's bullshit. You don't even have to accept all of the evidence that's being presented, and all of the evidence may not make it in, and all of the evidence won't remain uncontroverted at trial. You don't have to accept it all. But for someone to sit there and honestly claim that every piece of evidence that's come in, all of them, it only makes it more complicated. It only makes it more. That's a bullshit artist right there.
Go through all of those elements right now. Real quick, before we do get into it, though, I just want to give a huge shout out to my fucking vibe-coded version of web that I've got on my own computer that is like my own personal like workroom that has just been making this a really...
The idiot has a machine to deliver him opinions in real time. That's okay.
Easy and fun process, because what I'm doing as we go is I'm live scraping the transcripts of the hearings as they happen. It's being entered into this updating document on the left, you can see there. And then I can have ongoing conversations with my AI bot about what's being said in the transcripts. And I can pull live clips out of it just by saying, hey, I want a clip of that they were just talking about this. Go get that clip. I need to find that other clip, etc. I wanted a clip from Barron's YouTube channel from last night. Grab that clip.
Where's your vibe coded web app? I don't know. I don't even know what that means.
It's just fun. I can like literally talk to it and about the case as it's going, pull things from the transcripts. It's actively capturing all of it. It just makes it a lot easier. It's really neat. So just shout out to the AI overlords for making finding the truth a smidge easier. It's good that we're getting a little bit of benefit before they, imprison us all and make us into AI wage slaves. Day one centered around basically two.
It is kind of funny. Like he just passed that off as a joke, but this is someone who I believe does believe that the AI will take over. And he's like, well, at least we'll get one good thing in before we take over. It's like, wait, should you be embracing this? Like the AI, you're just fueling it. Like he's providing it more fuel and food and growing it. He's gestating the evil AI that's going to take over by utilizing it, right? Like that's how that works. Kindar says, talking about wanting, I think you said you wanted like these sunglasses. On some of my videos, I've actually put a link to them, and you can buy them using my affiliate code or whatever. I don't ever talk about that or advertise it because I don't even know where it shows up, but I do put them on some things. I don't think they show up on live streams. I had to go back and add them to some, and I don't know which ones they are, but I'll try.
Hi, Rackets. Let's keep in mind, we're talking about experts in make-believe who expect everyone to accept that science only matters when they say so.
You didn't know I could see the chat? Why wouldn't I be able to see the chat?
Two witnesses. And there's a lot of segments throughout these days that become largely irrelevant because they'll get bogged down on describing the courtyard for like 2 hours at the start of day one, or they got bogged down today.
This motherfucker, this is one of those things that makes me actually mad. This is such a dishonest little thing. He's like, oh, they'll get bogged down for 2 hours describing the courtyard. If they didn't describe that courtyard for 2 hours, he would say, they're not even talking about the same courtyard. How do we even know? Have they even been to that courtyard? These are people who demand everything. They demand the finest tooth comb through all of the evidence. They demand the highest resolution, the highest quality of everything. And then it's like, there's some parts of this that are boring. Oh, okay. Got it.
On litigating back and forth whether a piece of testimony from a TPUSA pastor is admissible and should be read aloud in court, because it's really just trying to bias the world towards how religious and wonderful Charlie Kirk was and how horrible and gay Tyler Robinson is. So those parts we're not gonna dive into the sort of extemporaneous discussions. Just the place where evidence and testimony gets really interesting.
We're not going to talk about this this evidence and how the court deals with this evidence. We're not going to do that. We're going to do this other evidence instead. It'll be the same though. Never mind that conversation that he just described is a really interesting conversation legally, because Tyler Robinson's homosexuality is actually relevant to the case. Like normally someone's sexual orientation wouldn't be. But Tyler Robinson's sexual orientation might be because of Charlie Kirk's political speech, which normally Charlie Kirk's political speech wouldn't be relevant to a murder case. But what if that political speech was maybe perceived as, I don't know, I wouldn't say it is, but is perceived as anti-homosexual. And therefore, now you have a motive that goes to the shooter. Suddenly, political speech and sexual orientation, two things that are typically irrelevant, have become relevant in that moment, right? And he's just going to gloss that. He's going to gloss that argument and how the court deals with it. He's just going to be like, see? See what? You don't want to show us.
And I'm genuinely not trying to cherry pick. My perspective is that it seems extremely unlikely that Tyler Robinson did this on his own. That's no secret. I think this was an intelligence agency operation based upon the evidence that I have seen.
Exactly. You're right. Like the deep state, ATF, FBI, CIA, AAA as well. And AA, the fucking sobers came out and did it. Based on what? Based on what?
Not trying to specifically cherry pick.
Based on the evidence that I've seen. Where? What evidence makes you think that this is an FBI, ATF, CIA operation? One, what evidence have you ever seen of that for real? Two, like, I'm not saying it's not out there. I'm not saying you can't do it. What evidence has he seen of that? And then what is comparable in this case to that? What leads him to that conclusion other than it must have been? Based on the evidence I've seen. Where? Where is that?
Things that only add to that. And a lot of people that are watching along, I'm seeing a lot of the comments and the chat segments that are where a lot of the audience to this spectacle are sort of rooting for their team. And that is not my experience watching this. I certainly think I have a good theory about what did or didn't happen, more so what didn't happen.
Every idiot thinks they're brilliant, right? No, I think I know what happened. More so what did. I know it didn't happen. How? How would you know any of this? You don't know shit. You're just some weirdo sitting on a computer 1,000 miles away like everybody else. You don't know anything about this. I hate when people do this and present. Why can't you just go off of what is presented to the court? Because that's the only thing that matters. That's it. If they're not going to present it to the court, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to his guilt or innocence. What are we doing here?
And what did happen? I don't know what the hell happened, but I'm looking for like new information to help inform me. So, for example, they were talking about...
They gave you a bunch and you just ignored it. You're like, nope.
Should we admit this video evidence? Should we show it in the courtroom? And I'm like, fuck yeah, dude, show the video evidence because I want to know more. If that video shows something relevant, I want to know what it shows.
Tyler Robinson's defense team is the one who didn't want video shown. They're the ones who don't want video shown. There were a couple things that the prosecution agreed with the court's ruling that maybe some of these things shouldn't be shown publicly because they're insensitive to the family, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, there is that. But the people who are actively trying to keep things out of court, that's the defense. The prosecution is not. Why?
And there's a lot of people that I saw in chat that were like, no, don't show it because it might like help the prosecution's case or something. And it's like, dude, this is not a sporting event. This is one of the most important trials.
Again, it's the defense that wants to keep things private. It's the defense that is trying to keep things out of the public view. So it wouldn't help the prosecution's case. So again, I don't know what forums or whatever he's reading, but they're gaggles of tards there, or he's being dishonest about what side is saying this. One of those two.
In your lifetime, in America's modern history. And it's important that we get the truth and we get the actual evidence that they actually have, and we parse it accurately and intelligently.
I don't think you're gonna. Dude, we're getting the actual evidence that they actually have. We are getting that. And no, not all of it can be seen publicly broadcast. And sometimes you just have to go, it might be nice to see it, but rules are rules. But it is all available to be seen. Like that's there. I guess there might be a couple things that are like attorneys and parties only, and that the courtroom gallery may not ever get to see all of it. But I don't know if it's going to stay that way after trial. We'll see.
And cogently. So I'm genuinely not trying to cherry pick this or that here. My experience of watching it is that this evidence has been wildly underwhelming, and everything new that we've gotten has mostly made me have more questions. So
that's because you don't understand how to take in information. Like, you don't get it. Like, your brain doesn't work this way. If I read you the back of a cereal box, you would be more confused about what you were about to eat.
We're going to go through all that clip by clip. Starting on day one, this is Catherine Nestor right here. You'll see her. She is on Tyler Robinson's team. So she's
on Tyler Robinson's team. They're the ones wearing the pennies over their jerseys. Raggedy Man says, to Ian, the truth is what he says it is. Again, it's always amazing being reminded that there are just groups of people that their brains don't operate like yours and mine and other people that you know. They are unable to take in new information. It's not even like personal. Like they can't. And they don't even know. They don't even know that they can't do it. There we go.
The defense. There is one or two other people on the defense. I'll try to tell you if we have them. The witness that you're seeing here is a police officer.
Real quick, just a note. He is right that this is Nestor, but this is the dark side of her. She's actually in a geosynchronous orbit with the Earth, so we only ever see one side of her unless we physically move around her, which does happen to some things that get caught in her orbit.
He's the police officer that located the rooftop scene of the crime. He's the police officer that first found the roof of the Losi Center, and will
he fucking does the air quotes on the rooftop scene of the crime. What's the other scene of the crime? I mean, there's where Charlie died, but there's the rooftop scene. I know there's another shooter, right? Like, we know that. We know that must be true. We just don't know where that scene is. They were able to camera identify like this Tyler Robinson guy who definitely was not working alone. But none of the cameras picked up the other shooter. Nobody, no witnesses. There's nothing else. Not a shred of evidence of the other shooter has occurred, but we know there is one because he couldn't have pulled this off on his own. But all of this tech, none of it's there. None of this is there. And he's like, but it has to be.
Get into that in a minute. But first, one of the weirdest things that came out in this court testimony that we did not know about is that apparently there was a
Lindsey
armed,
Graham is dead. I hit him.
unidentified
I hit him.
man.
Hold on. What? Oh, no.
Lindsey Graham is dead. I hit him. I hit him. I hit him.
Lindsey Graham? Why did what's Lindsey Graham? Mitch McConnell's dying, right? Mitch McConnell, he's like a brain dead. I mean, he was already, you know what I mean? Like literally brain dead guy, right?
That accompanied him to the scene of the crime when he first found it, and we have no fucking clue who he is. So,
wait,
let's
what
listen.
did he just say? Hold on.
Found it. Unidentified man that apparently there was a armed unidentified man that accompanied him to the scene of the crime when he first found it.
Okay.
And we have no fucking clue who he is. So
why is that weird?
Let's listen.
Again, is this random cop at the scene? Is he supposed to know who everybody is? Like, what the fucking...
And it appears to me from reviewing your body camera that there was another...
Wait a minute. Lindsey Graham is dead? Like, for real? Okay. Look, sad for his family, but good for America. Like, sorry, that guy, his expiration date was decades ago.
Individual who was with you that went to the Losi building, who was in civilian clothing but appeared to have a gun. Who was that?
I don't know who he was exactly. He had a badge on, and I had somebody with me to back me up as I ran up the stairs to make sure I had somebody with me.
So you don't know what agency he's from or where he's from?
No.
And it looked like he had a pistol.
Yes.
Is that right?
A handgun, yes.
Or a handgun.
Yeah.
And so the two of you go to the Losi building.
So that guy could have been anybody. He had a badge. So he could have been campus security. He could have been security for Charlie Kirk if he had a security badge. What badge did he have, et cetera? None of these questions are asked because he probably doesn't know the answer. He just knows that in the moment when they're looking for an active shooter on a school campus, that he had someone with a badge with a gun that was backing him up. And again, I don't know how else to say it. Like, that's not a strange thing.
Yes.
When you reviewed the videotape at the police department later, did you check?
So there's a person in civilian clothes with a handgun that had a badge, apparently, that he doesn't know who he was, didn't ask, but he accompanied.
This is the other thing. Again, all this evidence exists in a vacuum. They weren't sitting down for coffee, right? They weren't sitting down having a chat, introducing themselves. It's go time. Guys like, I got a badge and a gun. Let's go. And then apparently something happens and they get split up and that's that. But like,
him to the first finding of the scene of the crime.
Okay.
It's going to be pretty relevant here in a second. I'm hoping that someone knows who he is. I'm hoping that either the defense or the prosecution has figured out who that is and that he will be identified at some point.
Oh, wait a minute. People are saying fake news. Lindsey Graham's alive? Oh, well, you know.
Because that's very concerning. And we already have a lot of footage.
You know why? I figured it out. Guys, if you're someone who's just asking questions, this guy's just asking questions. He doesn't trust anybody at all. This N-word is running a Mac. He has fucking Hollywood studio lighting, and he's running a Mac. How many crazies do y'all know? How many crazies do you guys know that run their shit on a Mac? Nobody. Not a fucking single conspiracy whack job you've ever met is like, you know what? The Apple ecosystem is good. I trust it. Not a single one. No way. This guy would be running like Linux. I don't buy this for a second. You want to see a plant? My God, I'm showing you a seed right now. I'll show you some more in a minute. Fuck's sake. This guy, are we serious? Look, I've been in secret security rooms full of people that are wanted by the FBI. None of them look or act like this. And they tell me they didn't use Macs at all. What the fuck?
Footage of random civilians on the scene of the crime the day of that had badges. There's one famous clip that went around of a dude that we don't know who he is that has a badge that takes it off and hides it when he sees that there's a camera filming him.
Yeah.
We've had questions about that for a long time now. And we just got more questions about it because obviously
let me say this real quick. It is absolutely likely that there's at least FBI inside that in the crowd at every Charlie Kirk event. Well, there were. We know there were FBI in the crowd at Rittenhouse, right? In a couple years back, these public events started to become battlegrounds and, in crime scenes. That happened. At that point, it is not weird at all that there are plainclothes FBI agents, U.S. Marshals at any of these events. And yeah, when the camera comes out, they're going to put their badge away and they're going to be a plainclothes person who's just walking around again so that they're not positively identified as so-and-so, because that means you have to train a new field agent after that. They have to go. All of this stuff is normal in these types of situations. That's not a weird thing. The weird thing would be if there were no FBI agents around. Michael Stetson says there are no corroborating news articles on Lindsey Graham. Thank you. 8 months of membership is beautiful. Keep it up.
Obviously, having an unidentified person arrive at the scene of the crime as it's first being discovered and having no corroboration as to who that is or what they may have done at the scene of the crime.
No. Here's the thing. One, if that person has relevant information, maybe. But do they have any relevant information? Did they conduct any investigation? Did they interview anybody? We don't know. But you'd think if they did, maybe they would come forward. But a lot of times, if they don't have anything specific, why are they going, like, why would they come forward, right? Again, if they're undercover. But it would be weirder if there wasn't an FBI agent there. I'm going to say that again. Because it bears repeating that there are FBI agents at these events. Have 1,000+ people and the potential for violence. There's going to be somebody in the crowd.
Is not good. And it's especially not good because Homeboy's body cam conveniently died right as he got to the scene of the crime, where the screwdriver with the DNA was recovered, and it didn't get turned back on for the whole day. So here's this part.
If it runs out of batteries, you can't turn it back on unless you swap the battery.
Cam footage that I reviewed appears to end while you're still on the roof. Do you know why that is?
I think the battery went dead. It was just right at that moment.
Okay. And
hey, real quick, glad the feds were there to prevent anything bad from happening. I'm not saying that they're good at it. I'm just saying you shouldn't be shocked at all that they're there. But yeah, I mean, what can you do? You can try, but a bullet from 200 yards away is a bullet from 200 yards away. The further out you go in a radius from a target, a critical target like Charlie Kirk, for example, we don't observe things in fucking radians here. So every single foot that you go out, the amount of expanded coverage that you need, the increase in area gets to be massive. When you're talking being out 100 feet, adding a foot of diameter or a foot of radius to that and going to 101 foot radius, the amount of area that you add is huge. And then 102 feet and 103 feet. When you're starting to get to 200 yards, like the amount of area that you have to cover in a circle around this person is, it becomes too much at some point. It's like the fucking movie Armageddon, when they're like, we can only watch like 6% of the sky. That's why that asteroid's coming. And it's like, well, that's not good. It's the same concept. You have to get lucky at some point to see where these people are. DX Mania says, NBC just released Lindsey Graham has passed. Again, I don't mean to be rude, but good for the American people. He needed to go.
do you know, did you ever turn it back on that day or go get it, I don't know, what do you have to do, charge it or stick a new battery in it? I don't even know.
Usually dock it, but no, I didn't go back. It was too chaotic.
So that's convenient. Baron Coleman did a good breakdown of this last night in his live stream. And apparently body cameras obviously are designed to last for many, many, many hours, like over 10. So no real explanation given in this trial so far. This hearing.
Why didn't the defense ask how long his body cam had been active? And I don't mean why didn't they ask it? I mean, they know how long his body cam has been active, but they didn't ask it here because it wouldn't be exculpatory. They want the specter of his body cam being turned off or whatever, but they won't say it. Not a fucking chance are they going to make that allegation. Those body cams like turn on when you go into action. But usually, a lot of times that's when they're connected to a car. Where's all the questions about how his body cam functions? Where is it? Why isn't the defense asking it? The answer to that question is because the answers to those questions, just ask questions, right, don't help the defense. So his speculation on this stuff, he's like, well, what about this? What about that? What about this? What about it? Why didn't that fat tub right there, right on your screen, why didn't she ask those questions? Lawyers know the answers to the questions they're asking. They're trying to develop a record, not investigate a fucking crime. They're trying to develop a record and develop a narrative. If she thought that it would be helpful to ask him how long his body cam had been on that day, how long it had been since he charged it last, all of those things that might lead us to the conclusion that, oh my gosh, he nefariously turned this off. She doesn't ask why. She knows the answer. The answers aren't favorable. Just asking questions. Just asking questions.
So far about why the body camera didn't have any battery, why his body cam died specifically, that's concerning. That's not good.
Why wouldn't the defense ask that question? I don't know. If it seems like it would only help the defendant. Oh, maybe it wouldn't, though.
In this clip, the officer describes the series of events from him first witnessing the shot to then going down to the tent, scene of the crime, then traveling up to the Losi Center building. And in the middle of it all, he finds a holster, an empty holster for a handgun. And it's a little weird. This holster for the handgun is sort of a open question in the middle of this whole story now that is getting a little confusing.
Mr. Kirk was answering questions, talking to individuals.
Yes.
Were there others present?
Yes.
Any idea about approximately how many? How would you describe it in your terms?
In my terms, I'd say when I was up there looking down, I'd say there's several thousand people.
Did you see the reaction from the crowd?
Yes.
What was that?
Everybody kind of got up. They all said, a lot of people were screaming, standing up, and starting to run in all different directions away from the center of the tent.
Okay.
I have to go to the bathroom, guys. I'm going to play the peeing lawyer song. I'll be right back. We'll get back to this. This song is not over. The show is not over. Ha!
He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you. The drinking along is what most of us do. The chat is united, getting excited for what you have for us when your being is through. When you have a small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of the liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Now you're washing your hands and you realize that you've forgotten to scrub both the front and the back. Then you'll grab a quick bite, kiss your lady goodnight, and remember to thank her for all of the snacks. Whoa, water will cure
Okay, I'm back. Hey, what's up? Sorry about that. That was one of those, you need to go to the bathroom right now, old man.
Police officer helping to secure the area, correct?
Yes.
What did you do?
At that moment, I recognized it as gunfire. I left my post, which was right there on the south end of the Hall Flags. I proceeded to between right where the Fugle and the Hall Flags meet. There's some outside stairs that I was starting to run down. As I was trying to get down to the bottom of the stairs, people were running up. People were laying down on the steps. I'm trying to jump over people to get to the bottom of the stairs so I can help
fucking hurdler
stop an
over
individual
here.
that's probably shooting. Because we had an individual in custody. Another officer came on and said we had an individual in custody. So I decided to, since the threat is gone, now I can assess for anybody that's injured and start looking for any medical needs that's needed at that.
So if you remember, George Zinn, decoy boy, famously gets himself arrested, drops his drawers, makes a huge scene, very weird and somewhat suspicious, extremely suspicious. He later had CP on his phone, and so he's locked away, can't talk to him. Candace pointed out that she had a source at the hospital that he went to where allegedly, according to the hospital staff, he told them that he was paid to do it, didn't know where the money was coming from. I can't corroborate that. I don't know if that's true or not. But that's where this officer is saying that they had someone in custody, so he assumed that the threat was over, so he looked around for medical emergencies. He finds someone having a seizure. It's no big deal.
Having a seizure that he was fine. He was not injured. So then at that moment, I observed that there was no other injuries that I could see at that moment.
Okay.
Effect of, I decided now we need to contain the scene and help preserve as much evidence as we can. So I started pushing people off the grass.
But not Terrell Farnsworth, who came directly into the tent and took the fucking memory cards out of the cameras. But obviously, whatever. There was not a lot of cops around, and whatever.
Out of the courtyard area, I looked down and saw an empty pistol holder that was sitting just on top of the grass.
Okay.
I presume this is on the steps of the grass. We can see it in the video where after the scene is kind of cleared up, officers kind of find an item in the steps of the courtyard and they kind of deliberate over it for a second in the video that we have, like the Adam Bartholomew video. So I assume that's what we're talking about here.
And at that moment, things had died down just a split second. I realized that the shot I heard was more of a rifle shot and not a pistol shot.
So he realized minutes and
Yes, I have seen you guys saying Lindsey Graham has passed, prayers to his family and all that stuff. Praise and jubilation for America. I hate to be like that, but that guy's an absolute scumbag who has been propagating bad policy, bad politic, and bad personhood on the American people for a really long time. We're going to have to hear fucking endless speeches about how great Lindsey Graham was. But we'll be better for it in the end. But here's the thing. So this guy, we found this holster on the ground. You've got armed security. You've got cops everywhere. You've got apparently plainclothes FBI agents or off-duty police or something. Yeah, there might be a holster as all these people draw their guns in response to gunfire. Like that might happen. Who knows? But again, one of the misconceptions that this guy seems to have, and he's given clues to it a couple times here. And so this is how you know this is based on idiocy. He seems to think they're trying to solve this murder. He's like, yes, I'm just taking in the evidence and I'm building on what I think. No, buddy, they solved the murder. They solved the murder. I don't know how to tell this guy this, but they solved the murder. They don't need to know about that holster. It's not relevant to the prosecution of the murderer. You guys understand this, right? Like they solved the murder. According to the state of Utah, Tyler Robinson is the man who murdered Charlie Kirk. That's it. That's all this trial is for, by the way. This fucking dummy is out here. He's like, that he's we're going to show that he's an assassin. They're not going to show that he's a co-conspirator. They don't need to do that. Even if it's true, they don't need to do that. All they need to do is show that he pointed a gun at Charlie Kirk, pulled a trigger, and Charlie Kirk died beyond a reasonable doubt. It doesn't matter why. Why helps juries sometimes with some things, but they don't have to prove that. They don't have to prove that he's a Mossad assassin, secretly trained for 36 years on the blade or whatever. They don't have to prove any of this. None of this matters. The question is, who killed Charlie Kirk? The state of Utah believes they solved it, and they think it's Tyler Robinson. Now their entire job is to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that their deduction is correct. That's it. This guy's like, how are they going to solve the case? They did, dude. They solved it a long time ago. They figured it out really fucking quick. They've been shoring it up for months and months and months, but they solved it a bit back. You run into these people, and again, their heads are in a completely different fucking category of life than you or I or most of the people you know. This guy walks around this guy would go to a steakhouse, right? And he'd order a big juicy bone-in ribeye. And when it comes to the table, he'd be like, why are we raising cows here? Like, what are we doing? What's the process by which this cow was raised? I need to know that before I eat it. Like, what are you talking about, bro? It's cooked. It's on the plate. It's ready to go. This guy doesn't realize that he's at the meal stage. He's not in culinary school. It's weird to see, though, isn't it? He's like, I'm going to solve the murder. Buddy, they did it. They got it. The question is not, and honestly, in this case, I don't know how else to say this. The question is not, did Tyler Robinson do it or not? The question is, can the state sufficiently prove that he did it? And that's two different things. And you can take that however you want it. There are multiple ways to actually take that statement. And I mean both of them. Can the state actually prove that he did it because the state believes he did it, right? But also, can they prove he did it? Do they have enough? Did he actually do it? I guess is the other way to take it. But take that for what you mean it for. It doesn't really fucking matter. The reality is, according to the state of Utah, Tyler Robinson did it. And this guy's out here trying to find the killer. Like he's trying to find, it's like asking OJ, like, we're going to go out and find the killer. Like, no, they know he did it. Now OJ was found not guilty. So who knows?
Minutes later, when he finds this pistol holster, that's when he realizes that it was a rifle shot, not a pistol shot.
And
okay,
what causes you to say
about
that?
Just from being around firearms through all my trainings, crackle sound. It's more of a violent kind of sound.
Kind of imprecise terminology. Rifles making crackle sounds, longer, but whatever. So.
What do you expect him to do? What's the precise bullet sound terminology? The rifles, by the way, using words like crackle is not imprecise terminology. A rifle making a crackle sound versus something making more of a dull thudding boom. Those are two different things. The reason, by the way, if you want to know, Ian Carroll, there's a physics reason behind it. It's because supersonic ammunition creates that cushion that we talked about at the beginning of the show. It creates a cushion of air, but it's also going so fast that it penetrates it and creates a shockwave. It creates a sonic boom, a little tiny one. And as the bullet passes by, it creates a booming ripple that goes out. And anyone who encounters that ripple encounters a sound wave. If you don't encounter that ripple, if you're not near the path of the bullet, etc., you won't hear it because the sound wave won't actually go to you. But that happens all the time. So yes, rifles have a distinctive sound because they have supersonic ammo, whereas some handguns might be using subsonic ammo. Or even if it's not subsonic ammo in the handgun, it's closer to the speed of sound and it slows down as it flies through the air. These things happen, okay? So they do sound different. And describing it as a crackle is not weird unless you don't know what you're talking about. But you can listen to people talk about the different sounds of bullet impacts, how you know If you hear it like whiz by, then it missed you. If you hear it crackle or snap, different things, it's hitting different places around you. I don't know all of them. I'm not like a soldier or anything, but a lot of people do, especially people who have spent a lot of time around firearms. And yeah, you could easily identify the difference between a rifle and a pistol shot because rifles are louder. There's more powder. Just that. It is a sharper sound. Bullets are going fast. The air is compressed into smaller space, and then it penetrates it. Hot, sexy. Is coming out of that bullet. But my God, he's just like, well, yeah. Yeah. No, yeah. That's the thing. Yes. Yes, actually.
Boom da da doom dummanema. Da boom da da doom dummanema. He's dumb. Go. Micropene microstash.
John's dead.
I don't know why I'm always going to laugh at John's dead, though.
Whatever.
That's why I recognized it.
Not a big deal.
Okay.
I assume that he knows the difference between a rifle and a pistol sound. It's not.
Is a rifle sound louder typically?
Yes.
Okay. Going back to when you heard this gunshot, could you tell?
Mephisto, can you get me some of those cool Israeli influencer dollars or whatever? I need that.
Where it came from? Sort of direction?
Yes, I knew it came from the east of me.
From the east of you. Okay.
I'm hearing that his stream's a little too loud, so I'm going to turn it down just a hair. My apologies.
So you see this realization comes to your mind. What did you do next?
At that moment when I saw the holster, the empty holster, I turned to my chief and I said, that was a rifle shot. And he said, I agree. And I looked up at that moment, right in the line of sight, I could see the Losi building had a direct line of sight. So I proceeded to go look at that and see what was going on up there.
And that's where at some point along his journey to the Losi Center, he starts being accompanied by an unidentified man with a gun and a badge.
Yes.
In plain clothes. Later, I believe in Nestor's cross-examination.
Again, you have a gunshot on a campus with a major event. You know you've got armed security. You know you have plainclothes cops there. You're a Fed watcher who believes that there's a 3-letter agency behind every cereal box. I don't know why the cereal is the thing. I think I want some alphabets or something. Guys, have you ever bought alphabet cereal just to have like racial slurs on your spoon? I was thinking about doing that the other day. I don't know. That was a side thing. That's not related to what his content is. I don't think. I was just thinking about it. I was like, what if I was just spoon feeding myself some N-words, with my alphabets? But he knows that there's plainclothes feds there. So why is it weird to him that this happened? This bothers me.
Examination of him on this, it sort of gets elaborated that he doesn't know what happened to the holster. Nothing was done with it, allegedly. I think according to him.
Broken Baker, the cause of all of my distress lately. Just kidding. I have so many jokes that I'm not going to do. Thank you for rating. Thank you. Welcome to the Broken Baker viewers. We are happy to have you here. And we do have fleshlights for all of you. That is a real thing.
And they just left it there, which is super fucking weird. Obviously, you collect that and fingerprint it, and that's evidence, but whatever.
Why is that obvious? Let's go through that. Why is that obvious? Now, do you collect it and fingerprint it? Maybe. Sure. But they concluded it was a rifle shot, and it was a rifle shot from that building up there. Which, by the way, all of the evidence seems to confirm that it was. But, we'll get around to that. What do you care about a pistol holster? Like, at that point, an empty pistol holster, at that point in the day, is the same as a t-shirt or a pair of pants or sock. It's a piece of clothing. It's an article of attire. Not attire, you know what I mean? If the shot's a rifle shot from a building up there, the presence of a pistol holster in a place surrounded by people with fucking pistols on them is not strange. It's not noteworthy. You don't need to collect it and fingerprint it unless you think it's relevant to the case. Now, best practice, do you do it? Sure. But that they didn't doesn't really matter, does it?
So there is a holster that is confusing. Then Catherine Nestor made this one other interesting statement that everyone was kind of wondering about at the end of day one, that we got a lot more clarity on today in day two that I want to just bring up real quick.
Some types of guns, when they shoot, eject a casing automatically, right? Some do, some don't.
Yes.
All right. And then you also didn't find any unshot bullets.
No.
Okay. Are you aware of there being a
unshot bullets? But that makes sense, by the way. There wouldn't be like a bunch of cartridges sitting around.
bullet found on another roof?
I'm not aware.
Vicinity? Were you aware of another bullet being found on the scene, not on the roof of the Losi building?
No.
See how those are kind of leading questions? It
Yes.
sounded to everyone like there was a bullet found somewhere and she was intentionally asking about it, right?
Yes.
Which we have not heard about. No one's heard.
But that doesn't mean that they are. That doesn't mean there is one. It just means she asked a question that way for whatever purpose. But yes, leading question. It's cross-examination. That's how it works.
Heard about another bullet found anywhere. There's no bullets anywhere. Except allegedly Tyler Robinson was engraving trans stuff into his bullets, which we've also never had confirmed in any way.
In fairness, I think this was before the trans weirdo testified, the boyfriend or whatever, that has been confirmed. Okay, so let's pause here for a second. He's like, that was weird. It is weird. Why is Nestor asking that question? Are you aware of another bullet being found? Now, it may be that she's taking the sort of risky approach and asking the question without knowing the answer, without knowing if this guy knows about it. Maybe she's like, we heard something about another bullet. Maybe this guy knows. Maybe we just ask. He'll say, yeah, there was another bullet found. But he didn't. He didn't say that. And no one's heard about it. So what are we confused about here? Yeah, it's weird. She asks questions. Yeah, I mean, I guess she's also, I hate to break it to you, Nestor's a shit attorney.
So this really got everyone's attention. But it wasn't that, to be clear, that does not mean that a bullet was found. That was her just asking if he was aware of a bullet being found, and he said no. But it got people to wondering, and today we got a lot more clarity. There were a lot of other good moments on day one, but those are the ones I want to cover.
I hope they're asking
questions. And we'll come back
questions.
to Baron assessing one important thing from day one in just a second. But first, about this bullet.
And that building was the Losi building.
Correct.
Wasn't there?
So this witness from day
not indexed says they said the bullet that was found was accounted for. An officer cycled his rifle into the ready when a round was already in the chamber. Cop forgot to treat every gun like it's loaded. Yeah, and funny, yes, but also like there's an active shooter and you have thousands of people scrambling. You know, the guy chambering a new round just to make sure that he's not going to be dry clicking. You know, can you fault him for it? Probably not. Your adrenaline's up. What are you going to do?
2, this witness is the lead investigator for the State Bureau of Investigation, like the Utah State FBI. So this is his
I hated this guy's haircut. I hated it, man.
Case. And he no longer is with the State Bureau of Investigation as of March of this year. But he basically was the lead investigator on the whole case, along with one other co-lead, for the essential body of the case. So this guy is the authority on the case. And he should know pretty much everything, just to clarify. So when you see the funny haircut with this sort of weird accent, that's who we're talking about. The lead investigator for the State Bureau of Investigation.
There also a bullet found on another building?
I believe an unfired bullet had been found on another building at some point during my time there on September 10th. Yeah.
So, whoa, dude. Hold up. There was an unfired bullet, not just a casing, not a spent casing, but
Unfired
an
bullet.
unfired bullet found on another rooftop.
Wow.
On September 10th.
Is it chambered 30-06?
And no one thought to mention that? That never got brought up?
You know why, right? You know why? Cops don't carry 30-06 rifles. They carry 5.56. It's like, it's a different caliber round that's a completely different size than the shooter's rifle. So, yeah, no one brought it up because they're like, what's this 5.56 round? I'm guessing here because cops carry AR-15s. They don't carry 30-06. Why is he's like, yeah, wow, no one thought to bring that up. Well, it doesn't match any of the info that they have at all. And it does match someone else's rifle. So it's not really important, is it? Look at him. Look at his smug fucking face. This is one of those things you're like, that just raises more questions. It doesn't. It actually answered a whole bunch of your questions that didn't need to be raised because you already knew what his answer was going to be. We could have skipped this whole segment. He has created something where there's actually a conclusion. And this is why these people are dumb and shouldn't be listened to because this is how they do it. Now there's just more questions about this bullet. There really aren't. There really aren't. The cops did this to me. The cops did this to me. They said they found an AR-15 under my bed with loose ammunition. That's kind of true. They found an AR-15 with not loose, but packaged .45 caliber handgun ammunition. That's what they found. You cannot put that .45 caliber handgun round into that AR-15 and make it fire. You can't. But the way they worded it was to create the illusion that that gun was accessible and fireable with loose ammo. Not true. Not true at all. But that's how they wrote it. This guy is doing the same thing. Well, there was a bullet. There was a bullet. No one thought to talk about it. It probably wasn't relevant. Like if you can account for the bullet, it's unfired. It's not in a place near where the shooting seemed to have come from. Like all of these things. What are we talking about? Why do you care about this random unfired bullet? The unfired bullet on the ground does not mean that a bullet was fired from that area. It is completely neutral on the question of was a bullet fired if there's an unfired bullet sitting on the ground. That doesn't tell us anything about anything else that happened. It just tells us that for some reason there is some bullet. And again, no description asked from the defense. Why? She knows if she asks this guy, what kind of bullet was it? He'll be like, oh, it was a 5.56. It goes in an AR-15. She knows if he asks him, that's what the answer is going to be because she has the data on this. But she's asking this question to try and raise some specter of doubt. But there's no point in doing that at this hearing. She's not going to defeat probable cause. Even if that bullet was chambered 30-06 and said kill all fags on it, you're not going to get anything out of that, right? Like that's not going to stop this thing going to trial. So why is she bringing it up? Why is she bringing it up? Why is she bringing up this thing that no one talks about and is irrelevant? That's for the press. That's for the media. That's for the narrative. That's for the idiot Carrolls of the world and the Candace Owenses of the world to go, see, more questions. No, answers. These are answers. These are not more questions.
You look dapper, Mr. Recchieta. If you wear mirrored sunglasses in the sun, apply sunscreen. Reflection burns. I'm from Arizona and learned the hard way.
I have a heat allergy. I tend to stay out of the sun as much as possible, which, limits some of the activities I do, but I'm good with it. Real Patriot Party says, Ian knows the back of your sunglasses have the secret account numbers to your slush fund set up by your parents, as well as a trust fund from your grandparents. He knows. Stop denying it. That's right. I just watch my money roll in on my AR glasses all day.
Because obviously you need a fucking explanation for that. Bullets don't just jump onto rooftops out of nowhere, especially on college campuses, especially at the scene of a murder investigation.
Hold on. This is one of those fun things where someone says something that sounds true. Bullets don't just end up on the rooftops of college campuses. How the fuck do you know? How many, first of all, perv, how many rooftops of college campuses have you perused for bullets? How many? What do you mean they don't just pop up there? Where's your evidence that they don't? You could maybe go up on the rooftop of all of those buildings and find a random bullet. Maybe you could. Maybe you couldn't. Have you checked? You just made a statement out of nowhere. Bullets don't just do this. Well, bullets might be dropped up there. They could be placed up there. They could be thrown up there. Guys could get drunk and start throwing bullets around because they think it's funny. Who knows? College students are weird. I built a foyer in my dorm room out of cardboard. It's like, college students are dumb. They do all sorts of stupid stuff. What is he talking about? It's one of those things. It sounds right, so he just says it.
Obviously, that bullet had to get there somehow. Then
that bullet did have to get there somehow. That was insightful and helpful. Thank you. It did have to get there somehow. Which means, obviously, it happened at this event by the other shooter. Even though we don't have anything corroborating that at all, it just
explanation of how maybe that bullet got there is given, and it's even fucking weirder.
Which building was that, sir?
I don't recall.
Was that considered a scene that was worth preserving?
It was not. My recollection is that was accounted for as an ejected cartridge from an officer who had cycled his rifle.
They're going to go into this a little bit more in a second here. But what he just said is it was accounted for as a cartridge that was ejected from a police officer's rifle when he cycled. Meaning, apparently, there was police officers on rooftops with long guns, with rifles, allegedly. We have no knowledge.
At some point, either before the shooting, maybe after the shooting, maybe they were investigating. Who knows? Maybe they were policing potential sniper positions. Who knows? But yeah, sure. Okay. Apparently, there's a police officer with a rifle on a rooftop. Yeah, okay.
Of that, there's no reason to believe why. Like, A, they already had someone in custody right away, George Zinn, on the day of. And then B, once they determined that it wasn't George Zinn, there was no shooting going on. The campus was clear. So why?
How do you know? You determined that you don't have the shooter? It's like, well, once that happens, campus is clear. There's no shooting going on. How do you know the shooting isn't going to start again? This guy's fucking...
Would there even be police officers on other rooftops with rifles? It's not like we're sniping the scene. So even to have police officers on other rooftops with loaded rifles is a little weird.
Why?
But then
you have an event with thousands of people and multiple vantage points and a high-value target who was killed. We know that Charlie Kirk was an important target because he was murdered. We don't even have to think about it. We don't have to speculate. Someone looked at him and was like, I'm going to kill that motherfucker. It was Tyler Robinson, by the way. But even if it wasn't, they have a high-value target on their campus. They do this His security team is going to be like, yeah, we want to make sure we check out the high vantage points. You know, we're not really worried about it. Everything tends to go just fine at these events. And they were wrong that day. They were wrong. But you think that they're not checking? Do you think that they're not looking for this? You think that the university police aren't preparing for this event where thousands of people are going to be at a contested political speech? We have seen year after year after year of fucking colleges breaking out into literal brawls and melees with shields, trash cans, and broomsticks, beating on people, hitting them with bike locks. We've seen all this shit, and you think they're not going to look when Charlie Kirk comes to town and draws, 3,000, 4,000 hostile people to talk to come change my mind? They're not going to look. There's not going to be cops around with rifles. None? Really? Really? What fucking world do you live in?
Cycling of a rifle to eject a unfired rifle round onto a rooftop on this college campus that is the scene of a crime, and then to leave it there on the ground is...
No. He cycles his fucking rifle, probably looking away. He just chambered. He may not even notice the round ejecting. So yeah, he leaves it on the ground. Also, even if he did notice it ejecting, if he's worried about a shooter such that he cycles his rifle to make sure if he pulls the trigger, it goes boom, he's not worried about the round that just ejected. He didn't even know it was in there. He's worried about shooting someone who might be trying to kill him or someone else. That's what he's worried about. Yes, it makes all the sense in the world for him to leave a round where he accidentally ejects it. That's not weird. And by the way, again, it's a high adrenaline situation. You've got a shooter on campus. You don't even know how you would react. None of us do, unless you've been involved in it. And if you've been involved in it, the next time, if it happened again, you might react differently. No one knows how they're going to react in these situations ever. And people do slightly weird things, except they're not that weird. A guy who hears a rifle shot and goes, holy fuck, gets his rifle ready, looking around, chambering his, cycling his rifle. And so it ejecting an already loaded cartridge and bringing in the next one. So he's ready to shoot. And him just not even looking at all because he's like, oh, fuck. That's it. That's all it takes. Now he's ready to go. That's not even strange. That's an expected reaction. I have a feeling like if I was in a situation like that, I might cycle my rifle too if I think I'm about to fire it. And I wouldn't be thinking about if it was already chambered. Like, why would you do that? You don't have time for that. You're not worried about if there was a bullet in the chamber. Cecil says, has raided the stream. Oh, what is up, guys? Hey, what's up, Cecil? Thanks, brother. And welcome to the Cecil viewers. You can pick up your ice butt plugs to keep yourself cool in the freezer.
Absolutely retarded.
Okay, I thought you said it was an unfired bullet. And now you're saying it was a cartridge?
When a weapon is cleared, an officer would make his rifle ready, which would chamber around.
Oh, I got you.
It's my understanding.
Now you're calling it a cartridge? Nestor is fucking stupid. She is a god-awful attorney. I hate her. I hate her. I hate her. I hate her. God.
Was that's how that was accounted for.
So an officer claimed that bullet belonged to him or her?
That's my recollection, is that was how it was accounted for.
That was how it was accounted for. Pretty soft and vague language about a very suspicious and important detail.
It's not suspicious or important unless it's chambered in the same round that they think killed Charlie Kirk, or from the same vantage point, or anything to do with the alleged shooting. But there's nothing. There's nothing connecting it to the shooting. That thing could have been dropped there a month before and no one would fucking know. That it was accounted for is a goddamn miracle, actually. That there was someone who's like, oh yeah, sorry, I cycled my rifle. He's like, wow, very important detail. It's not an important detail. It's an obfuscation. It's an obfuscation by someone who's an expert at it, because she can block out the whole sun. But it's her trying to draw a smoke screen. If that bullet were important, she would have asked questions about the bullet. She doesn't. She's like, you said it was a bullet, and now it's a cartridge. Like, it's it's unfired or whatever. But she would be, if that thing was important at all, she would ask, what caliber was it? She would ask if it matches, if it has any matching tool mark, or, any markings or whatever, anything on it that makes it like the round that they end up pulling out of Charlie Kirk. She would ask those questions. She doesn't, because it's not actually important. It's like, wow, this is very important stuff. It isn't. You're retarded.
And I just wanted to clip Nate's response to this, Valhalla VFT's response to this when they were watching live and this happened. Because Nate, if you don't know, is an ex-Green Beret, so former Special Forces in the military. And he...
All right, so what's about to happen is we're about to get I haven't watched this. We're going to get irrelevant commentary from a Green Beret about what a campus police officer did. About that. These are two different worlds. This is like someone in bowling commenting on a golfer's stroke.
He trains police officers specifically. So his opinion is, somewhat expert at whether this is a reason.
What does he train police officers in? Police officers receive a lot of training on a lot of stuff. A lot of training, actually an insane amount of trainings, because they want to inflate their CVs for their expert testimony. So they get trained on shit all the time. What's he train them in? What is it?
Reasonable explanation.
This is a Utah specific thing, but
let's clear something up so everybody understands what he said there. Maybe this is a Utah specific thing, but I promise you every law enforcement officer in the chat just fucking cringed when that guy said they don't carry chambered rounds, and after they're done with a scene, they take their gun out, take the magazine out, and clear their weapon and put it back in while they're out in the civilian populace. 0% chance that is done anywhere. Okay, officers are going to carry a chambered weapon in case they need to use that gun to defend themselves, and they are not going to be fucking with it out in public. Not a thing. So I don't know.
How do you know? I don't know is the only thing that's appropriate here. This he's giving a categorical statement. But the interesting thing is, everything he just said is inconsistent with reality that happened. We know this thing happened because the person who fucking did it said so. Ah, shit, I chambered the round. And this guy's like, yeah, okay. So when they're out and they're done with the rifle, which they may need to check out, by the way. They may need to, like a library book from their department armory. They may need to check out the rifle, or they have a car that has a rifle in it or a shotgun in it. They have a loadout, like fucking like Fortnite. They have a loadout and they inventory every single bullet, because if a bullet goes missing and ends up in a black person, the city has to pay $80 million. So holy shit. This guy's like, yeah, I promise you that doesn't happen. It's like, but wait, what that guy just described that you said doesn't happen is 100% consistent with the story about what happened, and inconsistent with your assertion that it doesn't. So which one is it? Which is the more likely to be correct? The one that follows the exact fact pattern of the story, or the one that is completely made up by someone who just promises that no police officers in Utah act this way? And reminder that these are campus police officers policing an event that they don't normally deal with. God, I fucking hate these people. They're so goddamn stupid, and they talk like they know what they're talking about. They act. He's like, look, I'm a Green Beret. I'm a Green Beret. No cops do this. How the fuck do you know? You know what? Hold on. Law Enforcement Policy Manual. Unified Police Department of Greater Salt Lake Law Enforcement Policy Manual. Firearms Policy. Unified Police Department will equip its members with firearms to address the risk posed to the public and department members by violent and sometimes well-armed persons. Department will ensure firearms are appropriate and in good working order and that relevant training is provided. On-duty firearms. Officers shall be armed at all times with an approved primary duty pistol while on duty, except when entering a jail, prison, or other secure building, when excused due to the nature of an assignment, when excused by the chief or commander. So you have to get permission to have something other than a pistol. Off-duty weapons availability. When feasible and unless otherwise prohibited, off-duty members should have an authorized firearm readily available. Satisfying the requirement to have a firearm readily available will depend on the situation, activity, and location of the officer. Authorized firearms. Let's see, here we go. Members shall only use firearms that are issued. Here, I can share this real quick just so you guys can see what I'm reading. Members shall only use firearms that are issued or approved by the department and have been inspected by training staff. Members will be limited to a total of 5 weapons which they can qualify with and carry at any given time. This number includes primary duty, rifle, off-duty, backup, and hideout firearms. All other weapons not provided by the department, including but not limited to edged weapons, chemical or I study the blade. Chemical or electronic weapons, impact weapons, or any weapon prohibited or restricted by law or that is not covered elsewhere by department policy may not be carried by members in the performance of their official duties, blah, blah, blah. For descriptions and regulations regarding other authorized weapons, see policies, control devices and techniques. All weapons are required to meet manufacturer specifications. Approved handgun and pistol calibers are 9mm, 45 ACP, and 40 caliber. Weapons in 357 SIG, 357 Magnum, 380 or 38 Special are removed. Members qualified on weapons of these calibers prior to July 21st will be grandfathered, blah, blah, blah. Members who desire to carry a firearm authorized prior to this policy may be allowed to do so, etc. Let's see, primary duty handguns. Let's see, shotguns, rifles. Department authorized or duty rifles are Colt carbine rifle, semi-automatic 9mm and 223, Colt subcompact 223, Fabric National Series 16-inch carbine 223, Sig Sauer semi-auto 9mm. This is 5.56, 5.56. This SWAT only on this one. SWAT 50 caliber Barrett. Let's see. We have 5.56. We have Accuracy International AT&X 308 and 338 and Ruger 22 bolt action. So we know that the rifles aren't in 30-06. Prior to their use, personal rifles will be inspected and authorized by the training unit. Production, competition versions of otherwise authorized rifles are prohibited for regular duty use. Any additions or alterations in this policy are prohibited. Let's see. These are accessory modifications. I want to see if they have... Member may deploy the patrol rifle in any circumstance where the member can articulate a reasonable expectation that the rifle may be needed. Let's see. When not deployed, the patrol rifle shall be properly secured in a locking weapons rack or patrol locking box in the member's assigned department vehicle. I wonder if we have anything else about that. Ammunition. Here we go. Members shall carry only department authorized ammunition unless otherwise designated. Authorized ammunition will be 223, 9mm, 40, 45 ACP, 22 Magnum, 22 long rifle. Members shall be issued fresh duty ammunition, the quantity required to fill 4 magazines for all department issued firearms during the member's firearms qualification. Replacements for unserviceable or depleted ammunition issued by the department shall be dispensed by the training staff when needed in accordance with established policy. This will be performed annually for all duty weapons. Department will furnish ammunition to load no more than 4 magazines, et cetera, et cetera. Budget and availability. Okay. I'm looking for the policy on how they deal with, let's see, firearms safety might be in here. Each member shall be responsible for promptly reporting any damage or malfunction. Officers shall exercise reasonable care and safety in handling, discharging, wearing, and storing of firearms for which they are responsible. Quick draw contests and other dangerous unauthorized firearms practices are prohibited. Firearms shall not be left in plain view in unattended vehicles unless secured in an approved locked rack. All firearms will be removed from the vehicle when the vehicle is left for repairs. Rifles in vehicles will be carried in cruiser-ready condition only. Loaded magazine, chamber empty. Firearms that's weird, right? That's weird. No cops do that. Firearms that are the property of the Department of Personally Owned Firearms that are approved for the department use may be repaired only by a person who is department approved. Any repairs to the members' personally owned firearms shall be done at their expense. Members shall maintain the highest level of safety. Consider the following. They shall not unnecessarily display or handle any firearms. Members shall be governed by all rules and regulations pertaining to the use of the range and shall obey all orders. Blah, blah, blah. Encourage dry fire drills. No cleaning. Should not place. Should not use any automatic firearm. Displaying a firearm. Inspection. Storage at home. Altering's prohibited. So far, I don't want to fucking read all of this. But we see that the training manual says that the rifle should be maintained with an unchambered, with no chamber round. Let's see. Anything else? Firearm discharge. Destruction of animals. Holy shit. Training supervisor duties, flying while armed, carrying firearms out of state. Okay, without reading through any further, we see that the rifle should be unchambered. So, search for chamber, empty, magazine loaded. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can. Let's see. We'll check some of these out real quick. So loaded, that's reloaded ammunition. Rifles in vehicles will be carried in cruiser-ready condition only. Loaded magazine, chamber empty. And I think that's the most important one. Shotguns or rifles removed from vehicles or the equipment storage room shall be loaded and unloaded in the parking lot and outside of the vehicle using clearing barrels. So there we have that. Let's see. Chambered. There's only one. Chamber empty. Empty. Members will empty and clear the firearm prior to examination by a supervisor. Let's see if we have clear. How many of these we got? Let's see. Yeah, same thing, using clearing barrels. So the only guidance that we have from the instruction manual comports with what happened, not with what the random guy on the YouTube panel says. Go figure. Oh, he trains officers. Does he train them in Utah?
Let us take a moment in remembrance to a man I have never heard not wanting to bomb something. R.I.P. Graham. Do you love black people?
Do you love black people? I do. I do love black people. All right, back to this. Sorry. I know that was a long endeavor. Thank you for going on the journey with me. But at some point, it's like, I guarantee you. Let's listen to that again. Let's listen to this again.
He said there, maybe this is a Utah specific thing, but I promise you every law enforcement.
Maybe it's a Utah specific thing, but I promise you, I don't know about any other state. I just looked up the Utah fucking code and it says exactly what this guy said.
An officer in the chat just fucking cringed when that guy said,
unless they're from Utah, then they're like, no, that's normal.
they don't carry chambered rounds. And after they're done with the scene, they take their gun out, take the magazine out, and clear their weapon and put it back in while they're out in the civilian populace. 0% chance that is done anywhere. Okay, officers are going to carry a chambered weapon in case they need to use that gun to defend themselves.
They're gonna do this. Well, I mean, apparently not. That's against the regulations in their training. So that would be bad if they did that.
And they are not going to be fucking with it out in public. Not a thing. So I don't know.
Why does he? Where's the fucking with it out in public? He's responding to an active shooter and he cycles around into the chamber. The problem is this guy was actually probably violating policy by having a chambered round. But again, it doesn't matter. So he has 29 rounds instead of 30, but he knows his weapon's going to fire. He doesn't even know that round existed.
Maybe that's a very specific thing to Utah, but in any other,
I'm looking at
anywhere else you look, law enforcement officers are going to tell you bullshit on that. 0% chance that he's clear.
I'm looking it up. Do we ever get the answer? I want to know. Do we get it?
And his weapon and rounds are falling out. No. And I train law enforcement officers in departments.
I train law enforcement officers in departments. So, do you know this one? They have their own independent policies. All of them. Every department has its own policy manual or a reference to another policy manual that they've adopted. Every single one. And some of them are different than others.
And sheriff departments and SWAT teams. That is not a thing, homies.
That's an appeal to authority fallacy because the answer is discernible if you just look, but they don't.
And if they cleared it, they wouldn't leave it.
No, 0% chance. A cop should.
He doesn't know the round is in there. He didn't know it. That's why he chambered the next one. He didn't know it was there. He's not looking down at the chamber going, no one does this. That's not what he does. He's probably looking for the shooter and he chambers around because he doesn't know that there's one in there. He doesn't remember. He's just reacting. Muscle memory. Now, I need to make this gun shoot. That's it. That's all that matters. He probably didn't even know the round ejected until someone was like, we found a bullet up here. He's like, oh, shit. Yep. I have 29 rounds in here. I'm supposed to have 30. That's that. Simple. Did the cops who arrested you violate any policies? I don't know.
Just going to leave his fucking bullets lying around. Because think about this.
I don't know at the time of the arrest. I know that they lied about some of the stuff to get a warrant, but what do you do about it?
Guys, yeah. His fingerprints are now on a round that if somebody walks by and says, look at that 9mm round, I could throw that in my Glock and I can go kill somebody with it. Guess what? That's a...
S. Colombe says, I didn't hear the part of the policy that said to leave unfired rounds laying there. You're literally just guessing about what the guy was thinking or doing. Okay. Walk with me through this. This is where we use our minds. Is it more likely that the guy knew he ejected a round and chose not to do something about it for some reason? Or that he chambered a round and didn't realize one was in there and has no idea that it came out? Which one of those two things is the more likely one? What do you think? I know what it is. It's definitely he knew a round was in there. He ejects it for no reason and leaves it on the ground. That's the likely outcome, right? Like that's the likely scenario. What are we fucking doing here? Stop asking dumb questions. Never be afraid to ask a question unless you're retarded. I don't even know what to say anymore to some of this stuff. It's like, yeah. Do you think he knew that the round came out and just was like, I'm going to leave it there? No, there wasn't. Of course, it's not in the training manual. They don't want people leaving ammunition around. The most likely outcome, the simplest answer, is that he had no fucking idea. Because, again, he's cycling around when he doesn't have to. That means he probably doesn't know that it's in there in the first place. And if he left it there, he probably didn't know it was ejected. There's not like the bullet doesn't scream N-word, like as it goes across your vision. What are we talking about?
Nick, I'm an alcoholic. I just got out of rehab and I went straight back to the bottle. I'm currently on vacation. After being fired for asking for help, I let my friends and family down. Any advice?
Put the bottle down. Put the bottle down. If I was there, I would roll up a newspaper and beat you like a shitty dog. Just kidding. Like, you know, that's a joke. No, put the bottle down. Just put it down. Put it down. You let your friends and family down. Okay, yeah. We all let our friends and family down all the time. Everybody does. Stop. Yours is different because yours involves alcohol and consequences that are different than other people's consequences. Put the fucking bottle down. Come on, brother. You can do it. Just put it down. I drank every day for 7 years, basically. I just put the bottle down because I had to, because I'll go to prison. There's no option. There's no question for me. There's no getting around anything. You put the bottle down. Put it down. You just got out of rehab. Okay. Go back to rehab if that's what you need. If you don't need it, fine. Put the fucking bottle down. Get accountability from your family and friends that you feel like you let down. Get them to tell you to put the fucking bottle down and get that shit away from you. You can't handle it. You can't deal with it. Not right now. Maybe some other point in your life, you don't need to worry about that. Right now, you can't do it. Walk with me, brother. I put the bottle down. I had to. I don't have a choice. Don't give yourself a choice. But it's your friends and family. You let them down. So what? They're your friends and family. Like, they're the people that we let down. We don't let down strangers. Strangers don't have any expectation of us. Don't make a big deal out of it. Say you're sorry. Put the fucking bottle down and walk. Maybe literally. Every time you want to drink, go walk a mile. You'll stop wanting to drink pretty quick, I think. Or you'll be like a super Chad power walker, one of those little doing the power walk in the Olympics or whatever, walking a 3-minute mile. Put it down, man. Come on. You can do this shit. Asia Frazier says, yo, late to the party, just saw a post that Ladybugs is deceased. That's correct. Lindsey Graham International is deceased. We've already discussed it. Prayers for his family or whatever. Jubilee for America, because they are free of that man's bad influence. Bill Dozer, 74 over on Rumble, has rated the stream. Welcome, Bill Dozer and his peoples. Really happy to have you guys here. It's cozy. I'm screaming about police, policy and on firearms and all that stuff. Mr. Mike says, most likely whomever didn't know. I don't know the officer's name. They didn't say the officer's name. So yeah, whomever. Most likely he didn't know. Why is he chambering around if he thinks one is in the chamber already? Stop it. Stop being obtuse. Stop. The most likely outcome, or the most likely reason behind all this, is that the guy thinks he needs to use his rifle, so he chambers around. There happened to be a round in the chamber, which isn't supposed to be that way. He had probably, I'm going to say probably, he'd probably chambered around just a little bit before and forgot and done it again. Who knows? He doesn't realize that bullet comes out. And this is all a red herring anyway. There's nothing connecting that bullet or anybody around it or anything that might use it. There's nothing connecting any of it to the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Zero things. What they did was they found a bullet, they asked around, and they found a guy who was missing a bullet. And he's like, oh, fuck, came out of my gun. And you know why? It's because they inventory all their ammo, and he didn't fire any shots. So he knows that when he has 29 rounds, he's supposed to have 30. I bet he doesn't even know that he emptied that round. I bet he surmised it. He's like, oh, I probably did that. Billdozer74 says, my shades are better fag posting pics in locals. Those are some gay ass shades, brother. I love it. I love it. Get it, Queen.
Cop who just killed somebody.
Yeah.
So not a thing. Not a fucking thing. I don't know what that was, but that was. Oof. Anyway.
So pretty straightforward explanation of how that is not a fucking thing. That is not.
And it's wrong.
That is no way to account for an unfired bullet.
He's like, hey, pretty straightforward explanation, but it's straightforwardly incorrect. And this is, again, going back to the problem. These people have an inability to take in information. They hear that the policy in Utah is that you clear the round and you don't have a chambered round until you believe you need one. And they go, no way is that possible. Now, one guy's allegedly checking. We checked, and it says that's how they're supposed to be stored. So the policy in Utah was not followed, actually, but is what the guy described. That's the policy. This other guy says, I don't know about Utah, but it can't possibly be that. Well, you don't know about Utah because it is that. It's in the fucking book. But he's like, and so then this guy's like, well, pretty straightforward. Yeah, straightforwardly incorrect. It's like looking at a donut and being like, well, that's a candy bar. Pretty straightforward. No, it isn't. It's not correct. I mean, it's straightforward, sure, but it's not correct. It's a donut. It's not a candy bar. You don't get to just say something. I mean, you do if you're these people. And you have no morals or ethics.
Lindsay finally gets to rot in hell with McCain. These pieces of shit needed to be together again like the bitch and fundants they was for a long time. I gave to the charity. White ass niggas, man.
Niggas, man. White bread ass niggas, man. Nicola Kazi Maxwell says, okay, but did you answer my fart question? New ones. The fart question? No, I didn't answer your... I don't know what your fart question was. I didn't see that. And new ones what? Sunglasses? These are not new sunglasses. I've worn these many times. Okay, let's go. Back to this.
Rifle bullet being found on another rooftop, which we don't know what rooftop it was. I'd be very curious if it was the Sorensen Center, by the way. I'm sure that there's a couple of us out here that would be very curious what fucking rooftop that was. So that's a weird detail that we did not have before that does not strengthen.
Okay. The bullet could have been weird if there wasn't a cop with a rifle missing a bullet. That makes it unweird because now we know exactly where it came from. The bullet without a cop missing around might be strange because then you go, okay, well, where did this bullet come from? If we can't link this to any gun that's out there, then that means there's a gun out there that we don't know about that was here with a bullet. Maybe it means that. You don't actually know. It could just be someone could have just had bullets in their pockets, like throwing them out like a flower girl at a what. Like, obviously that's not likely to happen, but in the realm of possibility, someone could have gotten a bullet there some other way. But the likely outcome, the investigation you follow is, where's this bullet go? When the question is answered, where does this bullet go? And his cop goes, sorry, I got 29 rounds. I'm supposed to have 30. I was standing right there earlier when the shot rang out. I must have cycled it. Now it's not a mystery to anybody at all. It's not a question. It's an answer. These people don't know the fucking difference between a question and an answer. Nicola Kazi Maxwell says, okay, great, but there was a fart by another person. Oh, are you talking about, there was that, the fucking weird, what's his name? I don't even remember what that dork's name was. I did the show on him. The Young Jerks guy or whatever. Nicholas says it went up Machado's bum and she farted twice. Wait, what? Ew. Okay, I don't want to know about that. That's a big bitch. I don't want to hear about big bitches farting.
In this case at all, because obviously the person being identified as Tyler Robinson that they have all this footage of moving around the campus that we're going to watch in a second here, obviously they tracked that guy and he didn't go on any other rooftops. So obviously his rifle that allegedly was stuffed down his pants, which we're going to examine in a second, obviously that rifle and that person never went on another rooftop to eject a cartridge. So there is no other explanations for how a bullet got onto another rooftop, except for maybe if, there was like another shooter somewhere.
Or if there was a cop who's like, I was up on that rooftop and I'm missing a bullet. You have the fucking explanation, you retard. This isn't even difficult. And again, in this type of circumstance, it's not the weird answer. It's the expected thing. Oh shit, someone made a mistake and cycled around and got ejected and left because they were busy worrying about a shooter. Okay, then they resolve it and they're like, fuck, I'm missing around. Hey, we matched this one. Oh yeah, it's 5.56, not 30-06. Doesn't match the rifle we end up recovering from Tyler Robinson. So it doesn't matter. We the Rabble. Hey man, it's been a minute. He says, hey, Nicker, haven't watched you for a hot minute. Glad you're still around. Let's hurry past this random bullet BS. Sorry, it's just pissing me off.
That would be sort of fucking relevant, but they explain it away as an officer just clearing.
Nick, the important point to pay attention is that there was no bullet from Tyler Robinson's gun shell left when he supposedly shot Charlie Kirk left behind on the roof. It's a bolt action 30-06, right? If it's a bolt action rifle, there wouldn't be a shell casing ejected. Right? Do I not understand bolt action rifles? That's very possible. And Parasimian says like the spent casing was literally found in the gun. Yeah. If you have a bolt action rifle, you fire and then only when you go, it ejects the casing of the spent cartridge, and then you push the bolt forward and the next round starts to it's spring loaded up into the chamber a little bit, and then the slide, I don't know what it's fucking called, pushes it into position to be fired. That's how the bolt action works. That makes sense. That again, these facts line up with what is alleged to have happened really well, shockingly well. And it's like, well, it's just more questions. It really isn't. It really isn't at all. More questions. Nicola Maxwell says, okay, great. 2 people were rude to me online, farted live twice. Am I the gas goddess of Scotland? Yes. The gas, which is better than being the gas goddess of Germany. I want to know, shart or fart? I like the shades. Thank you. Thank you. I like these shades too. Even though someone in the comment section was mean to me and told me they were too big for my face. And I said, my face is bigger than you think. You are the gas guy. And I think it was probably just, if it was a shart, we would know. It would have been a mudslide.
His chamber on the rifle that he had on the rooftop because he was trying to snipe people, I guess, after the scene was already handled. And he just decided to leave.
This guy. Does this guy strain his mac and cheese? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay. Let me help you, Ian. I'm not a Green Beret, and I don't train cops. What I'm not is retarded. When cops use a rifle that is not their normal service weapon, their rifles are locked either in an armory or in a patrol car. They have to take that rifle out for whatever they're going to use it for the approved use. And hey, you know what? Being the rooftop patrol on campus might have been this guy's purpose. So he checks out his rifle. He has to go unlock it from the rifle rack in the car or the rifle rack in the armory. And he takes his 4 magazines or whatever with him. And he's got those. He doesn't have anywhere to put that. So when they're investigating this and he's walking around, he's got his rifle the whole time. He doesn't like go back and put it away and then come back out. None of that happens till later when they're done. He doesn't, the rifle, like a handgun just goes in a holster. It's really easy. A rifle's a big fucking thing that you got to carry around. You have to carry it around. What's he going to do? Leave it on the rooftop? No, I know. He's going to wrap it up in a cum towel and throw it in the bushes and then text his girlfriend about it. Right?
That bullet on the fucking ground. That is very concerning to me.
Why?
But before we get to
why is it concerning
all
to
the
you?
juicy stuff from day 2 and
notice in every single time he says that raises questions or that's concerning, he doesn't tell you what the concern is or the question. It's just concerning to him. A metronome is concerning to you, man. You don't know how anything works. So far, everything I've heard, this guy literally just doesn't know. Not to pick on Candace because whatever. But it's just like she didn't know that lightning caused thunder. She didn't know that. She didn't know those two things were related. This guy literally doesn't know how anything works that he's talked about so far. He's wrong on all of it. Mr. Mike says, not necessarily. Bolt actions are designed to eject because the casing will be hot to touch. Okay, I'm gonna. Does a bolt action 30-06 rifle eject the shell casing upon firing? Let's see. The thing is, I know I'm right on this, and I don't know why you're wrong on it. Because you've been around a long time. Like, I don't understand how you don't know this, and that I do. I'm not a gun expert. I like guns, but I'm not like, whatever. But I know this. It's probably because I had a bolt action rifle, actually. We the Rabble says it's an unfired round. It's not in Kirk's neck. Exactly. Nicholas says, no excuses, answer the question. Too much law mansplaining going on. Charter fart levity. I'll save this for a little bit later, Nicola. We're busy here.
The extra people that were in Tyler Robinson's car, the bald driver of Tyler Robinson's car, the actual footage review of the shot being completely not on camera, and all that stuff. I want to just quickly grab this clip from Barron's podcast last night where he said something really, really important about Judge Graff that I think is really interesting. It's a 4-minute clip. We might kind of skip through it a little bit.
Judge Tony Graff has gotten a lot of grief. And a lot of people think he's just a little too buddy-buddy with the prosecution, rules a little too harshly against the criminal defendant. I did not find that today. And granted, it's just day one. I didn't watch all of it, but I thought he was fairly neutral. He may have given a little latitude to the prosecution. He did rule against them when it was particularly egregious one time. So that was it.
So then he shows this clip that has been going around of Judge Graff watching the actual footage of Charlie being shot. On the screen, he's, for the first time in this trial, watching...
Hold on. Baron Coleman. Intellectually honest, philosophically consistent, 339,000 subscribers. What? Like, who is he? He keeps going. He keeps talking. He's like, this Baron Coleman guy is breaking it down. It's like, great. This motherfucker, this Baron Coleman guy is pulling 500,000 views on these streams about this. Why? The asterisk says Ian is both a FUD and a FUD, apparently. FUD and a FUD. Ian said he was a lawyer. I mean, it's not advertised on his channel that way, but I'm not saying he's not. I was trying to get information about him. How do these people, and you see it all the time, these people are fucking stupid. And they have massive distribution exposure. Why? Like, how does that happen? How does it work? I legit don't know. Obviously, my videos don't go anywhere. Never have, except during Johnny Depp and Kyle Rittenhouse. Those times, like crazy, right? But other than that, like, I do fantastic numbers because I never expected anybody to watch anything I ever said in my entire life. But like, this thing where these people do these streams with 500,000 views all the time, and it's like, but who are they? Like, why would anyone watch this person at all? And I'm not even throwing shade. I just literally don't know. And then I watch their content, and I'm like, there's nothing special here. Some of them are on occasion informed, but there's nothing like no special knowledge. There's no close connections or whatever. Like, you could understand why Posobiec would do well on Charlie Kirk content. They were friends, etc. But like, yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. Weird to me. Billdozer says, Ian Carroll made a sense for a half a second years ago. That gay mustache influenced his gray matter. Also, I covered UFO File Drop 4 tonight. Wore the right shirt. Picks on Locals chat. Best chat. Yes, his shirt says, ask me about my butthole, and has a UFO abducting someone. It's fantastic. Very good. Dancer in Her Soul says, this is the rifle I hunt with, and no, it does not that is the rifle I hunt with, and no, it does not automatically eject. Okay, the Tyler Robinson rifle. Yeah, I mean, again, I know this. I was trying to find a quick like reference for it, but sometimes I have to remind myself, sometimes there's no purpose in actually making these arguments. You know that the thing is correct, and it's just correct. That's the end of the fucking analysis.
Graphic footage of the moment that Charlie gets shot in the neck, probably in like 4K from the official Turning Point cameras that were pointing at Charlie. So it's pretty intense. And this was his response. Just watch
his reaction when it happens. And then I'll raise a question, but I want you to watch it first. You'll know when it happens. There.
Right there.
So that was it.
What? What? Tell me what.
And you can see he's clearly disturbed. I mean, those were involuntary movements of his seat, sitting up, sitting back. And then his eyes, he had that 1,000-yard stare afterwards. I want you guys to go back to the first time you saw it, because I don't know that he had seen it before. I want you to go back to the first time you'd seen it. I made a bigger reaction than that. But it gave me insight into this judge. If that truly was the first time he'd seen it, or he hadn't seen it very often, and it truly shocked him to the core, and that wasn't just good acting, and it didn't look like good acting. It looked like it was the first time he'd seen it.
Yeah.
Props to the judge for not doing what we tell everyone not to do, and they immediately go out and do. You swear in a jury, and the judge says, all right, you guys are now the jury. Do not look at anything in this case. Don't go on the internet. Don't read the local newspapers. Don't watch the local news. You're only going to hear about this case inside this court.
Or he's seen it a dozen times, but it is still shocking and jarring. But I don't know what they're trying to say here. Oh, so it's we assumed that he didn't watch it, and that's good because we thought he would be like, the judge is an agent of the state, right? And the state is setting up Tyler Robinson as a patsy. So the judge would have to be in on it, unless the judge isn't in on it. And so that means that they completed the conspiracy, but they left out like the most important part, which would be the judge out of it. And so he's neutral, but no one else is, right? Like, where does this go?
Courtroom. And the first thing they do at break, you can watch them. They're all on their phones looking up Twitter and Facebook and local news coverage.
And let's deal with this one real quick. The judge was very sketchy. He said that he wouldn't allow any evidence that had been edited or tampered with, and then he later found it admissible. No, he wouldn't allow any evidence that had been edited or tampered with if the defense did not have time to review that evidence. And that the person who edited it wasn't there to be cross-examined about the editing, which makes sense. They literally could not authenticate the edited content. They couldn't tell you what the edits were because the person who did the edits wasn't there. Once you have the person who does the edits there and you have presented the evidence to the other side, I think the defense agreed to the video. Maybe they were just overruled on it, but I think they agreed. But the whole thing was, Judge, if you need us to lay foundation, we'll bring the person in. We just don't have them here today on the first day. And then by the end, they did solve that problem. Here we go.
Message board. I mean, it's human nature. It's human nature. You want to know as much as possible. There's always this FOMO. There's got to be information they're not letting us have. It doesn't look like the judge did that in this case.
And that's a really good thing. That's super cool. That's good to see because that seems almost impossible to achieve. Like in today's day and age, I couldn't have possibly avoided seeing Charlie's actual moment of death like over and over and over. And it kind of seems like the judge did, which is very cool. On to day 2 and all the big reveals, because day 2 has been much more substantive. They're on lunch break right now. They're just finishing lunch break. So I might make another update at the end of this video with what happens in the afternoon. We'll see how it goes. But the morning of day 2 was jam-packed. And one of the first most significant things that they did was they showed in the courtroom on a side screen that the media was allowed to film. They showed the video compilation that had been a big thing in day 1, where they wanted to introduce this video compilation of tracking allegedly Tyler Robinson's, this person in maroon shirt and then the black shirt, tracking his movements around the campus and onto the roof and then off the campus, which pretty much is all footage that we've all seen. We were all wondering if they had more footage, which they have higher quality footage, but not more footage really for the most part. And they made a compilation and they did some zoom ins and they added some like circles and highlighting to sort of like help you see it. And that was not allowed on day 1. It was like, you're not allowed to present edited footage. Sorry. And that's a good call. No edited footage. If it was edited in good faith, honestly, it would have been helpful because now I'm going to do the same edits that they did to try to make it easier to see. And it's not going to help their fucking case, honestly. Zooming in on it, not going to help their case. But what we have now, because today they re-prepared the videos so that they're not edited, they're just compiled together. And we got to see them by the media panning and filming the side screen. So our view is not great. It's not the original like raw footage, but we can see what they've got. So we're not going to watch the whole video. We're going to kind of pan through and make some points.
Put it on all screens.
But you can see how they're zooming in on the side screen, and this is our view, is just the media filming this TV screen.
May be published to the screens.
Department of Motor Vehicle Records, the vehicle fits. Yes.
Oh, here they're describing how they identified the vehicle.
That was provided regards to driver's license and Department of Motor Vehicle Records. The vehicle fits the description of a vehicle owned by Mr. Robinson.
Is there anything unique about that vehicle that stands out to you?
The shape of the vehicle is very distinct, but predominantly the wheels were very distinctive on this version of the vehicle.
So it happens many, many times throughout the various parts of the transcripts, but they never say they're identifying the vehicle based on its license plate or anything like that. It's always the shape of the vehicle and the wheels. And it's just a Dodge Charger. I mean, I'm no Charger expert, but it's just Dodge Charger.
Now what do we see?
So it's a little imprecise, but
foot back to
don't need to be super picky about it. This is where they show the car pulling in with his very distinctive wheels.
September 10th,
I don't know. You tell me how distinctive those wheels are.
2025.
But they show Tyler Robinson entering.
I believe that's Tyler Robinson.
Allegedly Tyler Robinson.
Where does he go from there?
So this is all footage that we sort of had screenshots from before. We've never seen the video footage. And it's in pretty high definition as it's presented here in the courtroom. We don't have a good high definition feed of it.
He heads out of the parking garage on foot into the campus and actually goes to the quad area of the campus. At that time, he makes contact with some representatives from TPUSA.
By quad.
That was a new detail that came out in the trial, is that he apparently first thing in the morning, the timestamp up there is 9:24 a.m. He parks in the parking garage, which, by the way, is a key pass gated parking garage. The general public can't drive into that parking garage, so I don't know how he got into it. But he gets into the parking garage, parks his Dodge Charger, and then walks in and allegedly meets with someone from TPUSA. I presume that they're not saying that he had a secret meeting. I presume they're just saying that he walked into the event area and asked someone some questions or something
it was
about the
Fed
event.
Op.
I assume that's what they mean. It's not like some nefarious meeting or something.
Area.
Sorry, the amphitheater is what I previously referred it to.
Then they show
So
him
he goes
coming
up on
back.
campus, visits the
They have a brief conversation about what he did on campus, even though they don't show footage of it.
the amphitheater area, the courtyard or quad.
Correct.
And then what do we see here now?
He returns on foot back to the same vehicle.
And what time is he returning back to the vehicle?
So then the vehicle exits.
The parking structure.
Yes.
So then this is the part where
I usually like Nick's takes and fun, but I do not get how he can be so uncritical of the FBI and cops in this case, especially after what the cops did to him. I'm critical of the cops in every case. I want to see what is presented to court, just like every other case. I want to see what case is made. The thing is, you have all these people talking about none of this existing, and what they brought to court was all of the things that they said weren't there. And when they did that, they're like, nope, see, more questions. It's like, how? How do you still have questions about this? Now, again, this is a probable cause hearing, and maybe I'm anointed in my retardation because I know that the purpose of the probable cause hearing and the fights over evidence are just to establish whether or not there's probable cause. And I know that the fight will be different at trial. Although this is like a little trailer for it, there will be a different fight over the evidence at trial because the stuff used at probable cause sometimes is inadmissible when it comes to trial time. See, my mind isn't made up. But my mind is, how do I word this? My mind is willing to accept the possibility that there's a different conclusion. But right now, I see the conclusion and I don't see all of the holes that I'm supposed to see. And the holes aren't really well articulated. So what's going on with them? Why do these people insist? They insist that something is happening. Some nebulous thing is happening. There's a conspiracy for some reason that took out Charlie Kirk and blamed it on a gay furry for some reason. Is it to get us mad at gay furries? Is that what it is? Because nobody likes them anyway. So what is it? What is the purpose here? What is the conspiracy? Why is it conspiracy? What are we missing? Why does the FBI want to kill Charlie Kirk? It's like, we want to keep us separate. They didn't need to kill Charlie Kirk to keep us separated. Like we're like the offspring or whatever. We're already there. They didn't need to do any of that. So that doesn't really add up for me. Jacob Castro has raided the stream. What's up, Jacob Castro? Welcome to your people who are now my people. I have taken them and I have taken their dignity and virginity. All right, let's go.
He now goes and parks off in the neighborhoods, and then he walks back into campus.
Okay.
Again, wearing his shorts and all that. So this is the walk onto campus where we got the TMZ video from the camera showing this guy in the red shirt walking through the neighborhood and everything. This is sort of like what we already.
They have goalpost shifted this one, by the way. I don't know if Ian Carroll specifically did, but one of the things was Tyler Robinson was never on campus that day. And loads of evidence that Tyler Robinson was on campus that day. Does it mean in a vacuum, does it mean that he shot Charlie Kirk? No. But take for a moment the fact that these people said for a year that he wasn't on campus, and he was on campus quite a bit.
He knew about.
And he's carrying a blue backpack.
Describe the clothing.
It's a maroon colored t-shirt with...
And we can generally trace this figure, this maroon t-shirt guy, back through the neighborhood on various cameras that we have footage from. We can basically trace him back all the way back to the neighborhoods to at least having seen the gray Charger as well out in those neighborhoods. Around timing where he starts walking. It's pretty easy to tie this maroon shirt person to the Charger, both in the parking garage and then again out in the neighborhoods when he goes out there and walks in this way.
Gray or olive colored shorts and then Converse shoes.
Then this is him exiting.
And purchase some food, sat and ate the food.
Okay, we get a new food stop.
His movements on campus. He went to Chick-fil-A
Gross.
in the Sorensen building
Just kidding.
and purchased some food, sat and ate the food. Then,
so it's interesting, right, that he apparently went to the Sorensen building and purchased and ate some food. So there's all these other places where we would get different camera angles that might.
So it's really interesting that he went to a building and purchased and ate food. Why? Why is that interesting? You just say shit. Well, this is interesting. This raises a lot of questions. What ones? It's just a guy buying food. He's about to go murder someone. That's weird. But I'm not normally about to murder someone, so I don't know if I would buy food or not.
Show his face better. Like maybe when he's eating food, maybe when he's ordering food, I bet there's.
Is his ordering from Chick-fil-A, is that ironic? Like, that's funny. That'd be cool. Like, what if he knew he was on camera? He's like, I'm gonna eat this Christian chicken. Eat it chicken. I'm gonna eat this Christ chicken right now with on my gay mouth. This mouth was on a dick 10 minutes ago. Now it's on a cock.
Security footage right above the cash register of the fucking customers. We don't see any of that footage. I'm curious what all that footage would show, but they just gloss right over it and only show.
They don't need to. This is a fucking feature, a hallmark of all of this whole video. This is a probable cause hearing. They don't need to prove the whole case. Also, what is it? I'm really curious what the footage would show of him ordering Chick-fil-A. Why? What do you think? It's going to show him ordering Chick-fil-A. He's going to go up to the counter. They're either going to have a touch screen or a person that if you touch them, you get in trouble. And he's going to go, boop, 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 and he's going to order the 3-piece with the fucking honey dipping. I hate the honey. I hate the sweetness of Chick-fil-A. I don't like it, that part. And he's going to get some waffle fries and probably a Diet Coke. Don't ask. He's going to, and that's that. He's like, I'd be really interested to see those cameras. Why? What do you need to see? But I digress. The probable cause hearing, all they need to show is that he's on campus again and that this campus visiting matches the timeline that they're trying to allege. Look, yeah, he left campus. He came back on campus. He left campus. He came back on campus. Here he is at the time of the shooting, blah, 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 blah. They're just building a story. But him ordering Chick-fil-A isn't part of the story. It's not relevant. This guy wants all of these answers to irrelevant questions. And the reason he does, I'm going to tell you right now, is because he literally does not understand what relevancy is. He does not know what's important. That's why he's always asking questions and never giving answers. He does not understand. And it may be difficult for you guys or me or anybody you've ever met to accept that this guy gets instructions on how to put a DVD in a DVD player and he doesn't get it. He's like, no, I bought a movie. It's like, yeah, you take the disc out and you put it in the little tray. It goes, and then it starts up and then you hit play movie. He's like, I don't understand. No, I bought the movie though. Why do I have this circle? He doesn't get it. You can't teach people like this. They're broken on the inside and out.
Us the footage from his entrance and exit. That's basically the stuff we've already seen, where his face is completely impossible to make
in the
out.
Sorensen Center.
And where is that in relation to the amphitheater?
So now we've got Chick-fil-A, then we've got Dairy Queen, then we've got barbecue later.
Side of the amphitheater.
Does this not make sense to you? I lied earlier. I said, I don't know how I'd feel if I was going to go murder someone. This is a last meal run, guys. Like, he's going to all these different places. Chick-fil-A, Dairy Queen, barbecue. He might not get any of that ever. He may be eating ass for the rest of his life in prison. He maybe was going to self-delete, right? Like that happens a lot during things like mass shootings or, who knows what's running through his mind? You know what's running through his mind? I better get all these different things that I may never get again. Because if anything goes wrong with his plan, he's going to get caught. And things do go wrong with his plan. We the Rabble says, have you mentioned that this is the same jurisdiction as Lego Story, Utah County? Really throw the conspiracy folks in a tizzy. Just with the amount of autism, I guess. Nicholas says, Derek is here. The sharp fart vote feels right. No, I'm trying to get through more of this video, even though it's just infuriating to me. Raven Z says, oh my God, you're probably right. This wouldn't be my choices, but sounds right. I don't even know what his options are. Did he really go to barbecue? Because that info came from Candace and I looked into it. She was completely wrong about everything she said. Well,
just eating a lot of food. It's hungry work being a patsy.
Upper back edge of.
It's not about being a patsy and it's not about even being hungry. Like, not to get sentimental or whatever, but imagine, like, you're going to go have cold sandwiches for the rest of your fucking life. Like, this guy is in his 20s. If you're going to murder someone, wait till you're 87 or whatever. Like, just give it some time. This guy is going to spend 60 to 80 years eating shitty prison food in Utah. Get some Chick-fil-A. Get a fucking Blizzard. Get two Blizzards. Spoil yourself. My God. It's not even that much of a mystery.
The amphitheater, the side of campus.
Then we get to black shirt guy with jeans on that is allegedly the same person, though there's no clear evidence given to corroborate that it is the same person. There's nothing tying one person to the other than that they appear to be the same person and that they're
okay, if you have people who appear to be the same person, sometimes it's because they're the same person. It's like, we have nothing tying this together other than they appear to be the same person. Oh, wow. That's how video evidence works, you fucking drooling mongoloid.
Arrête de lécher mon kangaroo. Comme le yaourt, j'ai des fruits sur mes fraises. Everyday French with Pierre Escargot, Macropin.
That doesn't count. That doesn't count as a micropene. You know that.
Telling us it's the same person, but it's not like we have not seen black shirt guy with the vehicle. We haven't seen maroon shirt guy change into black shirt clothes.
The one thing that I'm gonna give the monolith that is the conspiracy people, because they're all the same person, right? And they all have the same opinion. That's me being snarky. I'm not serious. Is I've been looking into the exhaust tips on the Dodge Challenger, and it seems disputable that that's the same Challenger that he has, because it looks like he has dual exhaust, which comes standard on the model of Challenger that he has. And then the surveillance footage of the other Challenger, the kind of grainier one, has quad tips, which is either comes on like a Hellcat or a Scat Pack, or their aftermarket exhaust tips. Either way, his Challenger doesn't seem to have that. To me, that says that maybe those are two different cars. And I don't think, I mean, I think his Challenger's what, Destroyer Gray is, I think that's the color name that Dodge chose there. Having two Destroyer Gray Challengers on campus isn't weird. Like that, it's a very popular car. So, yeah, I mean, but I don't know the significance of that being two different cars. Like, so it's two different cars. Okay. So they have one appearance incorrect, maybe? I don't know. Does it mean he's not on campus somehow? Billdozer74 says, holy fuck, is Lindsay Ladybug's Graham dead? Yeah, he died, like for real. That's not a troll.
We don't have any way to tie black shirt guy to maroon shirt guy other than circumstantial. They say so, just to clarify. And now comes the limp and the skinny jeans that apparently are.
It's not just they say so. There are people saying, yeah, that's him.
Holding a disassembled Mauser rifle. So his left leg obviously bends a lot. It's this right leg that we're being told has the rifle in it.
Okay.
And honestly, this is the best frame I've seen so far. I can't really zoom in my QuickTime player any better. Maybe we'll try to zoom in on this part in the video we watch in a second. But honestly, right here, this is the closest I've seen to something that looks like a straight object in his pants at all.
I'm sorry, that's just a funny sentence. I wasn't looking for straight objects in his pants
during this whole process so far.
Why? Well, let me ask you
because the claim is that he has a rifle down this leg of his pants. That's the claim.
I do, yes.
Okay. And why do you believe it's Mr. Robinson?
The shoes are the same, and the images that we have are from my view.
The fucking hat, by the way, that hat, I've seen that hat multiple places now.
So now the belief is that the right pant leg contains the rifle.
And seeing Mr. Robinson on the video, it's the same person.
Yeah, he's walking like a fucking cripple down the stairs. There's a couple reasons you might do that. One, you have the biggest fucking erection taped to your ankle. Or two, you got a rifle in your pants. I don't know. There aren't many other circumstances. Does he have a hurt knee? Do we track this person down?
He's noticeably wearing different clothing.
This is at 11:55 a.m.
And he also is walking with...
He's wearing different clothing. Well, yeah, he was wearing shorts before. You can't stuff a rifle into your shorts. You need long pants for it.
A gait or a limp in this video.
With the gait.
But wait a minute.
Zeldin, you can't tape your dick to your ankle? Sorry, white boy.
From my viewing and
so again,
seeing Mr. Robinson
suspect's
on the video,
left leg bends, right leg stays straight.
Okay.
He's noticeably wearing different clothing.
He is wearing different clothing, and he also is walking with a gait
again,
or a limp
right
in
leg
this
staying
video.
straight.
With a gait or what?
A limp.
Okay. Now what do we see?
This is Mr. Robinson coming up the stairs of the parking structure. Again, he seems to be having issues walking.
Yeah, I don't know. If you've got a rifle in your pants, it might make things difficult. I haven't tried lately.
Keeping his face hidden. So this is where we got the still frames that were released the day of. This is where they come from, is this video. And seeing the video, honestly, makes me more open to the argument that there's something down those pant legs, possibly. Like this, seeing this video,
I'm sorry. I'm more open to the argument that there's something down those pant legs. Faggot.
I think it doesn't strengthen, like it doesn't do a whole lot to me, to my perspective, but it doesn't like strengthen the idea that it's totally debunked that this person had something in his pants legs. Because seeing it in motion is a little more clear than still images.
And again, we're able to track Mr. Robinson when he leaves this parking structure.
Yes, we will.
Wait, what? Now it seems to be the right leg is bending and the left leg is straight.
When he leaves this parking structure.
Yes.
Right? Now his right leg is the one bending and his left leg is straight.
Okay.
Or supposed to be straight. That's like his limping leg.
We were
now.
able to.
Okay. So when he leaves the parking structure,
am I crazy here, guys? I'm contradicting what I just said. I just said that the video makes me willing to admit that maybe there is something in his pants legs. Because watching him walk with...
What's the time difference on the video? Yeah, I mean, the video could simply just be mirrored. Asia Frazier says, freaky alien genotype. Oh, my goodness. It could be mirrored. I don't know what the time difference is. I'm not looking at the timestamps. He could have switched legs.
That, right leg limp is pretty consistent throughout this whole first clip when he's walking up the stairs and up into the thing. But then they include this other clip at the end where the limp seems to have switched legs.
Mr. Robinson.
So there was right leg was stiff, left leg was bending, and
when
now
he leaves this parking structure.
Clearly right leg is the one bending and left leg feels stiff. And I have to point out that this is in a moment where he might not realize there's a camera behind him because he's kind of getting out of the stairwell. So, I mean, this is 11:56. So this is still when he's supposed to have the same gun in the same pant leg. And it definitely, the limp is significantly different in this clip, different leg
Wait.
than in the other clip.
Yes, we were able to.
Like, different leg, same pant leg. And there's a left leg. And now, then they include this other clip at the end where the limp seems to have switched legs.
Mr. Robinson.
So there was right leg was stiff, left leg was bending, and
when
now
he leaves this parking.
Okay, does he not notice that the stairs are swapped? This are those supposed to be of the same stairs? Because if those are from the same stairs, then one of them is mirrored because the stairs are on opposite sides going up and down. If that's the same spot, someone said that it was the same spot, right? I mean, that's not even a question. Look, if it's the same fucking spot here, then the stairs are on the other side.
So there was right.
So that one of those cameras is mirrored. That's real simple. That again, this isn't even a mystery.
Leg was stiff, left leg was bending, and
when
now
he leaves this parking structure.
Clearly right leg is the one bending and left leg feels stiff. And
Nicola,
I
I'll
have to
save
point
it
out
for the
that this
next
is
time
in a
you're
moment
around.
where he might not realize there's a camera behind him because he's kind of getting out of the stairwell. So, I mean, this is 11:56. So this is still when he's supposed to have the same gun in the same pant leg. And it definitely, the limp is significantly different in this clip, different leg than in the other clip.
Yes,
How
we
could
were
this
able to.
happen?
Like that last piece right there.
And again, we're able to track. We're able to track Mr.
Right leg
Robinson,
straight.
When he leaves this parking structure.
Yes, we were.
Right leg bending is.
It's literally right there. Fucking dummy. It's right there. it just switches. It's just mirrored. It's not even a mystery.
Tell left leg straight.
So when he leaves the parking structure, where does he?
So what the fuck? What the fuck? But that's not even the part I wanted to talk about. I just got distracted. I literally just kind of analyzed that in depth for the first time right now. Now what I want to do.
He analyzed it in depth by going, I don't understand what's happening. I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't know. One frame he's talking with this leg, he must have just forgotten for this one segment. This one segment of ground. He's like, oh, fuck. Finally, I can limp on my other leg for 10 feet. Well, what are they? Think about what it takes for their theories to be correct. It's crazy.
Is because the court didn't let them submit the zoomed in one, the zoomed in version of this footage. What they show in court is just totally zoomed out. So you literally can't see fucking anything. Nothing at all.
Okay.
And that's probably why they wanted to zoom in, is because this footage is not in any way proof of anything happening. You really can't even necessarily assert that there's a person on the roof until he's over here jumping off. This is basically the footage that the FBI released already way back when the crime happened, with the addition of now they show him entering the crime scene, and they show him like walking through here, and then they show one more angle. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my video editing software where I can zoom the fuck in, and we're going to get zoomed in big time. Because ultimately, it's not helpful to see it.
Okay, so this is a completely pointless exercise. I don't know if he knows this, but he doesn't have the raw file here. He doesn't. He has some sort of compressed copy of the file that's been recorded, I guess, by something. But I'm guessing he doesn't have the raw file. Does he not realize the problem with doing a zoom on this and doing a zoom on the raw image file could be very, very different things? It could lead to very different results. His editing software is going to zoom in on a compressed image.
At full zoom out, it's just there's literally nothing on the screen. But I'm in Final Cut Pro here, and I'm just showing you this is the actual clip in Final Cut Pro. I have made no edits to it whatsoever, other than just zooming it way in on the various portions of each of these clips. So let's just examine.
This is an image looking across the parking lot to the low.
This dude's just zooming in on a... He doesn't even have the file at all. He's zooming in on a camera's looking at a screen. Are we serious?
Building.
So the shooter perch is over here right above my head. The place where the suspect jumps down is off screen to the bottom right, down like here below me. This over here is the stairwell that you walk up to get onto this platform, where you can then cross the little barrier right here, and then you're on the roof, and the shooting position over here. And there's two ways.
Olivia says they seem to be forgetting that this is a probable cause hearing. Yes, but also, it is quite possible that the actual file at its actual resolution is actually able to digital zoom, because it might be a high resolution image. Now, I don't know what kind of camera they have. I don't know what their software can do, but zooming in on the native file using a video editing equipment is leagues different than using Final Cut to zoom in on a webcam image. Like those aren't even close to the same thing. The function of the zoom is completely different in each instance. Like how the zooming occurs and what data is there to be zoomed in on are miles apart. It's like confusing Africa with Russia. Like there's nothing even close to similar. Conservative Mama says Benny Johnson said the high resolution the family saw was 4K and that they can see clearly. That's what Posobiec indicated. You know what? Like I'll message Posobiec and see if he's available to pop onto my show and we can get some information about this. I talked to him in DC when I saw him when I was honored personally by Marco Rubio. I talked to him at the event and I said, hey man, it's been a long time. And he said he was going to be with the family, with the Kirk family at the hearing. So I said, hey, let's keep in touch. And he said he'd be down to maybe chat. So he's a busy guy. So I'll reach out to him though and see if we can get some inside information. I know he's done a bunch of interviews. I don't want to bother him too much, but if he'd come on the show, it'd be really awesome. So I'll reach out to him and see. Maybe we can get, not right now, obviously, but maybe we can get a description of what he saw, and maybe we could bring up stuff like this and he can talk about the difference in clarity or something like that. My Spirit to Yours says, conspiracy theorists like this seem to believe they have special insight little people can't grasp. Their superior identity matters more than the evidence. Online, their ego and wallet depend on not admitting they are wrong. Yeah, that's the problem. I like my coined term, the no true Scotsman's wallet. And that's, it's the no true Scotsman fallacy is the moment you betray the cause, then everything you say is wrong. And then in this case, the moment you betray the cause, the money goes away.
To get from Tyler Robinson, allegedly, he was walking into the scene right here. And then there's a doorway right here that is a campus, like into the building. And you can go straight through here and out the other side and up the stairs. Or there's a doorway down that way at this end of the stairwell, or rather, sorry, this end of this hallway that's off screen that you can also go in and through.
Johnson McSandwich, you're joking, right? There's nothing to debunk. Like, you understand, he doesn't make assertions, and that's part of the tactic of this sort of just asking questions, bro. Like the tactic is to never make a falsifiable claim, never be able to have an answer, because it can never be satisfactory. If you have it satisfactory, then it can go away. So he doesn't make a claim. There's no debunking, unless you're talking about him, like not debunking anything. He doesn't debunk anything. That's not even his purpose. I'm not throwing shade. His job isn't to debunk. His job is to ask questions. If he could debunk, his method would be scientific, because he could remove other hypotheses, but he doesn't do that. He says that every new piece of information just opens more questions. So it just broadens the possible outcomes rather than narrowing them down, but through elimination. And that's how you do, deductive reasoning, is to eliminate things out as you gain more information. And then you come to the conclusion of, it must be this one. We've deduced it because we have gone through and removed all of the competing theories. He doesn't do that. He adds theories as he goes. His information absorption is only additive. That is the shield of the quote unquote conspiracy theorist, the alternative thinker, whatever they want to label themselves. It doesn't really matter. I don't mean that pejoratively. It just doesn't really matter, because they will always have an answer by never needing an answer, even though they say they're asking questions. Boosh McFadden says it's hocus pocus and it's out of focus. Mark Richards, the legend.
So it's not totally clear which doorway the suspect went through, but he apparently in this clip is about to come up the stairs.
And Mr. Robinson is appearing
Right here.
on the exterior staircase, which gives access to
So those pixels.
the building roof and the
You
area
see
where
those
the railing
pixels?
was.
Yeah.
And again, let's break that image down.
See these pixels?
Quadrants. Where
You
would
see
be
that person
located if
right
you
there?
broke it into quadrants?
It's in the top right, and
That person
the
right
individual
there?
can be seen
You see it?
moving under the notations that are on the video.
This right here is the video of the suspect. Can you see it? Is that right there?
And what time is this?
It's just afternoon, about 12:15.
On what day?
So there's
On
the suspect
December-
clambering over the
December-
railing.
September 10th, 2025.
And it's worth noting, took me a second to figure this out. It's worth noting that in the actual footage, so 12:15, and then it jumps to
And what time is this?
12:07.
So Mr. Mike linked in locals to Brandy Siciliani, who's a semi-attractive woman who's talking about this. So we obviously want to pay attention to her. She claims, well, I'll just read her tweet real quick. She says, I was in the courtroom today. There is no high quality zoomed in footage showing anyone taking a shot. The video is shown in the same distance as the footage of Tyler jumping off the roof shown in this screenshot. I have no idea why people are claiming otherwise. They know the video isn't going to be released publicly. So again, her theory is that all of these people got together and decided to, I'm sure they were given orders, have the same lie about this video. And now the video isn't going to be released publicly now at pretrial. But trial's different. So we'll find out, like, we'll see the video. The judge excluding the publication to the media pre-trial is because there's a potential, negative effect on a jury pool, etc. Once they've impaneled a jury and they're in the middle of trial, like the jury's going to, once they determine that this is admissible, the jury will see this video. So if that's the case, then the judge doesn't have any reason to sequester the video from the public anymore because the jury's going to see that video. They're the ones that are definitely going to watch it. So showing it to the public doesn't taint a jury pool. So this will likely come to pass that there will be verifiability about the video, about what we saw. So it really, I don't know why anyone on either side would be lying about this. I think maybe there's confusion over what high resolution means. High resolution doesn't mean that the part you want to watch is high resolution. It could still be very far away. It just depends on what part of the video it is. I don't know what these people mean. She's like, I don't know what they mean by high resolution. It's possible that she's retarded and doesn't know what resolution even stands for. Again, some people are just dumber than you think, and they use words that they don't understand. I'm not saying that's her. I have no idea. I know that a bunch of people were like, wow, this video was really, like, they seemed shocked at how well it was zoomed in and what they could see. This will all, of course, come to a head at trial if they use it.
Right there.
It's just afternoon, about 12:15.
On what day?
Jacob
on
Reed,
December.
yes.
So it's still a
Senator Lindsey
compilation.
Graham
They're
has
still
passed.
editing together different clips, and then it jumps again in a
Sorry,
second.
December.
Thank you.
September 10th, 2025.
What just happened, or what did we just see happen?
The individual actually kind of
12:22
rolls.
So they cut 5 minutes out right around the time that the individual rolls over onto like the actual roof proper, which is important to realize. If you don't realize that, it's even more suspicious. But they cut 5 minutes out, and then this is the footage that we see.
What just happened, or what did we just see happen?
The individual actually kind of
that was
rolls
the cut.
over the railing.
And now here's the individual running out onto the roof. So what we can learn.
By the way, it's not weird that they cut out 5 minutes of video. They have 5 days. Each of those days has a time limit on it. Cutting out 5 minutes of video saves 5 minutes every time that video has to be played. If that video has to be played 3 times, that's 15 minutes of trial time. They don't have to get to beyond a reasonable doubt yet. They just have to show that he's there. Them cutting up 5 minutes isn't weird. If it's 5 minutes where there's nothing happening, then it's 5 minutes where there's nothing happening. At trial, different story. Understand the function of what you're looking at when you're going to talk about it. And again, this isn't for everybody. This is a criticism of someone who is creating videos that are getting hundreds of thousands of views. He's talking about this case, and he's batshit fucking stupid. He doesn't understand anything that's going on. Like, he does not understand the basic function of what he's looking at.
Learn from that is that basically there was 5 minutes, give or take, where the suspect had gotten onto the roof and was like hiding by the little bit like retainer wall, allegedly assembling the rifle. Although in the initial charging documents, they said he changed his clothes on the roof too, which obviously does not fit their current narrative. So there is some huge discrepancy between the initial charge.
Who cares? Who cares? They wrote the charging documents and they determined, oh, no, we got this other footage that shows that he had changed earlier than we thought, for example. Who cares? It's like, wow, there's a big discrepancy because in the one document it said this. Okay, they probably have amended that if it's even relevant. It's not. It's not relevant. It might be relevant at trial if they're like, we're going to prove to you that he changed clothes up on the roof. But what's most likely going to happen is they're not going to mention him changing clothes on the roof at all. Because they don't need to prove that, because it doesn't matter, because it apparently didn't happen. He changed earlier than they thought. Not a big deal. I don't get
documents
it.
And what we're now is like the actual case. That's fine. You know, it's okay, I guess. I think, but it's 5 minutes to assemble the rifle. Basically, that's the story, because the rifle's in the pants, and now the rifle's ready to go. And they cut 5 minutes out of the footage, so that's all they had.
Onto
and now,
the roof of the Losi building.
All right.
It actually seems to freeze for a second, and the pixels just stay there for a moment, and then pixels keep
again,
moving.
In the top left corner, the individual is now seen.
And then pixels keep moving.
Rooftop of the Losi building.
Move your
to what
fucking
would be
mouse.
the southwest corner.
And then the pixels are just over there. But notice that
crouching
like
down
there's
and then
pixels
crawling to the
moving
corner
here.
of the building.
Smoke maybe? I don't know. So there's just pixels.
Who cares?
This is at what time?
Over there.
There's other pixels that are moving elsewhere in the frame. So like, what does that even mean? What does it mean, chat? What would you even, there's pixels over here. And we got pixels over here. I don't know how else to say it. I don't even know. Maybe that's smoke. Maybe it's a rainstorm. Rainstorms have those two unrelated events, thunder and lightning, completely separate.
Around 12:23.
It could be smoke. It could be a train. It could be trucks. I don't know. I don't know what's over there. I don't know what's over here. I don't care, because this isn't relevant to what's happening on the video. This little pixelated fucking hangman over here is relevant. That's what matters. Real quick, I do want to share this real quick, because I think this is kind of critical. Remember, he said that he's using his footage, you know, and so like you can kind of see it. Now, this is Brandy Siciliani's picture. She says it's this quality, which is way better than this quality. So here's the thing. This is why this shit gets frustrating. She says, "Oh, there's no high-res footage. You know, it's this quality." Well, he's sitting here with this footage that is clearly inferior, right? So we know that there's better footage than what this dildo is showing us right now. We know that because the skeptic who says that it's not high-res or like not good footage, she showed us what it does look like, and it looks way fucking better. So this is completely pointless, completely useless. It doesn't matter at all. Because even if we take the person who agrees with him that there's not high res video or whatever, showed us a better quality video than this one. So what is good is this exercise? Nothing. He's showing us nothing. This will not, his thing that he's showing us right now won't be shown in court. Something else that looks better does exist. And we know it for a fucking fact because everyone agrees that at least that video by Brandy, or that Brandy showed the picture of, at least that exists. And it looks better than this. Everyone agrees on that.
I think the timestamp on the video is 12:22.
And the lunar blaze.
On September.
What does high res even mean? It doesn't mean much. It doesn't mean much. Especially when it comes to video. My camera, by the way, is a 59 megapixel camera. The video feed on it looks the same as the 12 megapixel video version because 12 megapixels is more than 4K resolution. 59 megapixels is way more than 4K resolution. Absolutely fucking massive amounts of information. The video coming through is not 59 megapixel. However, if I were to like manipulate the software and zoom in and shit, there's a lot of zoom. It's not even digital zoom. There's a lot of optical zoom space without using any focus on the lens because there's so much fucking data available, right? If I zoom in using the camera itself and not like my capture software, it's not the same. But if I zoom in using the camera itself, well, you'll see a lot. Like you can look at my cocaine pores or whatever. We have no idea what the capabilities of that camera are. And resolution doesn't really matter because all these cameras are locked at 4K, but that doesn't say anything about the size of the sensor, the size and shape of the lens. Those two things matter way more in getting a clear picture than resolution. There's a bunch of 4K cameras that look like shit. 4K resolution doesn't matter if your sensor isn't picking up good data to fill those pixels. Kevin Hunts with a big super chat. Thank you so much. He says, did you see what looks like a Rode mic exploded in the floor of the SUV? Can you please play Owen Benjamin video in X of the zoomed in video? Wait, what? Hold on. Owen Benjamin. You sent a large chat, so I'm going to do it. I appreciate that very much. Let me get it pulled up here. Okay, where is it? Where is it? Did you see what looks like the Rode mic exploding on the floor of the SUV? Fuck, man. I don't know where this is. Wearing a hood, recent vid. Okay. Or this one that says Tatum, you definitely have to watch this and get ahead of it. That one. The Charlie Kirk shooter on the roof. Okay. I don't know if it's this one. We'll try it. See if he gets me canceled with this talking about Jews. Just kidding.
Okay, nobody's talking about this yet, but somebody zoomed in closer at the UVU campus roof, and my jaw is literally on the floor.
Literally?
But do you see it yet? Watch what happens when you zoom in and you enhance the image. Guys, after enhancing it even more, look at what I just saw. That looks exactly like Ben Shapiro, buck breaking Officer Tatum.
It's loud as fuck.
Leave your comments below. The best one will get 1 billion Gary coin.
I'll play it one more time. Dude, thank you for the massive super chats.
Okay, nobody's talking about this yet, but somebody zoomed in closer at the UVU campus roof, and my jaw is literally on the floor. But do you see it yet? Watch what happens when you zoom in and you enhance the image. Guys, after enhancing it even more, look at what I just saw. That looks exactly like Ben Shapiro, buck breaking Officer Tatum with a whip.
That's very racist.
Leave your comments below.
I didn't realize they were at the event.
Will get 1 billion Gary coin.
Thank you. Thank you, Kevin, for that. Sorry for the, I know it was loud. Where the fuck is my mouse? I keep losing it. There we go. Okay, back to this.
November 10th, yes. 2025.
So we're clear, this is the roof of the Losi building.
Correct.
And you're watching
Can you still
the
see
assassination of the decade.
Yes, you can, laying prone.
Yeah, you can tell that he's laying prone right there, can't you? Can't you see that he got prone and then crawled into position and then set up his shot? Whatever's going on with these pixels up here, apparently they can tell that he lies down, crawls up to the position, sets up the shot, and takes it there.
So what's funny about this is he's like, he can't fathom how this is happening. But if they have access to the raw video file, it's quite likely that they have a zoom that produces a much clearer image than this. Now, is it gonna be like zooming in on the fucking space shuttle or whatever? No, but if you can follow the figure because it's not all pixelated like this, even though you can't see that it's Tyler Robinson, but if they can trace the figure through everything and it doesn't blur into a tiny grainy thing of pixels because they can zoom in on the raw file, then yeah, then that's good. That's really compelling evidence. Holy shit.
And then runs away. And it kind of came out in another part of the testimony that basically he set up the shot within about 30 seconds, give or take.
Okay.
Which is a very fast time to set up a shot. But
Is it really? Is it really that fast to set up a shot? It's 140 yards. He's got a scope, presumably a sighted in scope. What is difficult about this? What takes longer than 30 seconds to set up the shot? I don't know if you guys have used a scoped bolt action rifle, but they are shockingly predictable. Like if you know what's shooting it, like if you've sighted it in, you know where that bullet's going to go. It's not that hard. I used to sit on my the roof of my other house before we moved to this one because I had 8 acres of property and it was at length. And I had a oil drum and I spray painted a target on the oil drum and I would just sit on the roof and I could snipe that thing like fucking crazy easily. And the sight on my rifle was bad. It was old. It wasn't dialed in very well. I had to work on it. I had one of those cool like laser things that show you where where your barrel is pointed so you can then adjust your sight. But once I adjusted it, I could reliably hit the target every fucking time. No problem. It wasn't the only thing that was, there'd be some variation because I wasn't great at squeezing the trigger. I'd sometimes pull a little bit and so it'd veer off a bit, but we're not talking we're far away for the shot. I mean, it's not, you wouldn't want to try it with a handgun or anything, but I mean, if you've got a magnifying scope and And I think they said he's at like 140 yards or something. How the fuck are you going to miss? Yeah, Endless 13 says 140 meters, he could do that with the naked eye. You don't need a sniper math talking about wind and drop, et cetera. 140 meters, a bullet will hit before you finish a fart. Yeah, this thing's going. I talked to Phoenix Ammunition, the round that they say it is, travels at like 2,300 or more. What did he say? I don't want to misquote him because he's like it's like his realm. Hold on. Let me see what he quoted as the muzzle velocity of this thing. 2,400 to 2,700 feet per second. I mean, you don't have to worry about anything at 140 meters. You're talking about, 400 feet. 400 feet. It's a quarter second. No, fifth of a second. Less than that. Sixth. I'm not doing good math. It's too late. It's just doing like a fifth or a sixth of a second. Anyway, I don't know. I'm losing my fucking mind on this stuff. Here we go.
No sniper. Neither is Tyler Robinson. But
you don't have to be a sniper. Like, again, 30-06 or a bolt action rifle with a sight. Like these things, the reason guns are effective is because they're reliable. They're predictable. Even old ones, as long as the mechanical functions, they do what they're supposed to do predictably. If they do it poorly, they tend to always do it poorly. It's either the gun or the ammunition. So if you have a gun and you have your sight and it shoots 1 or 2 degrees off from where you're targeting, you know what it's going to do next time? The same thing. It's going to shoot the same 1 or 2 degrees off. They're shockingly predictable. They're reliable, even when they're not in the greatest condition, even when they're old. As long as the mechanisms work, if they become unreliable, you're in danger of dying because that means there's an obstruction. There's something that prevents the exact same thing from happening, and it's just math after that.
Make of that what you will.
You believe this to be Mr.
People always act like they make it out like this is magical sorcery. Like, how could he possibly do this? Because it's not even hard. When I had my AR-15, you could sit down and point it at the target with just iron sights, and you're remarkably accurate. Remarkably accurate. You didn't need no scope or anything like that. You could just hit the target, even small targets, really well. You just line up in the little circle. There's a little line, and right where you put the top of that line, that's where your bullet goes every time. It's wild. It's hard to imagine.
Mr. Robinson.
I'm sorry?
You believe this to be Mr. Robinson?
I do, yes.
Yeah, whatever this is, I believe this to be Mr. Robinson, wherever it is, whatever pixels we're talking about.
How long is he out there on the edge of the building?
Just until the
Remember what I
reported
said earlier? When low IQ people lack information, their brain fills it with their experience, right? I'm going to blow your mind right now. That's happening right now in the video. He cannot fathom that in court, there's a better, clearer video. To him, it's not possible. He's like, wow. I mean, if they can say that on this little lump of pixels, they don't see a lump of pixels, you fucking dope. They see a person. They see a zoomed in, clarified image that has more pixels than you. They literally have more pixels than you. You don't even have pixels. They went to fucking Aldi and got pixels on discount. I almost dropped a racial slur there for no reason. I got to calm down. Noah. No, we do know that for sure. We 100% know that for sure. We used our brains and we went through and we found the chica on Twitter who agrees with this guy. And she says there was not high-res video. And she showed us what the video looked like. And it was better quality than this. So we know that they have more pixels. We don't know how many more. We don't know what was on sale at Aldi that day. But we know that they do have more pixels available than he does. And that makes perfect logical sense because, God damn it. Because he is using software to look at and zoom in on a compressed, on a picture of the video. He's not manipulating the original file. He's not. We know they have more pixels available. We know they do. That is 100% fact. I will fight you to the death over it, but it's 100% fact. So we know that they have that. He cannot fathom. He cannot in his mind picture that they're looking at something different than him right now. That's because he's a drooling, bumbling, sub-Saharan IQ retard.
It was fired at 12:23 and 28. The individual then stands up and then moves across the building to the...
So that's where it kind of comes out that it's like, well, he's only there until the shot is reportedly fired. So he's really only there for 30 seconds or so.
Hey, you know what? Whoever just criticized my Aldi choice, you go to Costco? There's not one in my town. It happened in real time to you. You're like, oh, Nick should just go to Costco. Why would he go to Aldi? I don't go to Aldi, by the way. I don't need to buy pixels. Why would Nick go to Costco? There isn't one here. There isn't one. It's an hour away. I wouldn't go there. I just go to Aldi. God.
And then he stands up, and then we see the pixels running.
It is, yes.
And this is the part that was already
behind,
released by the FBI.
The atrium area on the rooftop to the northeast corner where the white triangle is.
I turned his volume way down. I'm sorry.
And then we've seen the part where homie jumps down.
Now?
I do, yes. He's just arriving at the corner of the building.
It's a little sus.
Kevin says when you zoom, quality goes down, you low IQ Naggerton. I think you're talking about the Ian guy. Because we know that. But yeah, unless your zoom is optical, or if your image has more pixels available than what's being displayed, you have the ability to zoom in. If you have access to the raw file or the raw image feed or whatever, you have that. But he doesn't. But they might.
That they actually refer to him as Mr. Robinson the whole time and speak as though it's settled science that it's Tyler Robinson. That's a little sus to me.
He then crosses Campus Drive.
This is a new angle that we did.
Yeah, this dude is literally looking at a webcam image of what they're watching. So he's looking at a low-res picture of the video feed, a physical video being taken. He's not accessing the video feed. It's a camera pointed at a screen. And by the way, Kevin Hunt's huge donations, big thank you. I mean, really fucking amazing. I really appreciate it. I didn't mean to sound dismissive in any way. Thank you.
Didn't have before.
It's 12:24 and 42 on the timestamp.
What do we see now?
So I guess these pixels
Drive
here behind this
drops
tree
down into the wooded area on the far side of Campus Drive.
Honestly, we don't even see him drop down into the wooded.
You don't see him drop down in the wooded area because you have a pixelated mess because you're not looking at the same image as them.
Area.
And that is located in what part of the video?
Yeah,
what
we don't.
quadrant?
We don't see him drop down into the wooded area at all. But whatever. And then they also add some footage from the night. This is apparently the Great
intersection of
Charger.
Campus Drive and 800 South.
And
there's a vehicle attempting to.
And they just
it's
basically
on the left side on the upper
right there.
side, the upper quadrant.
And then the car just drives past and
now what do we see?
Not super clear.
That
This is
vehicle's now pulling away
6:36
and
p.m.
heading east on 800 South.
UTC. So that's That's the new version of the footage that they released in court today, and it doesn't help at all.
That's not it.
So,
no, I guess he forgot that he told us earlier that was his hack job to try and mimic what they presented in court. But that was him using his own software to zoom in on the image that he saw. He's like, yeah, so that wasn't helpful at all. Well, that's like going to get your fucking tires rotated and the guy just brings you a pizza. He's like, here you go. Well, I mean, this didn't rotate my tires. Well, no, it's a pizza, you fucking dummy. They're different things. Those are two separate items.
Just to clarify, in case it wasn't clear from the video footage, here it is in plain language spoken by the actual prosecution.
Shows the defendant walking around the UVU campus qualifies.
Thank you. Anything further?
Judge, from the state, no, but I think I'd like to be crystal clear. You asked if there's any portion of this video that captures, and I believe you asked.
Kevin Hunts with another big donation. My goodness, man. He says, love your comeback. Joke. But I disagree. There are red flags. Look at the cars, dual exhaust and quad exhaust. Okay, so in fairness to me, you weren't here yet, I don't believe. I specifically mentioned the dual exhaust versus the quad exhaust. I said that's one of the things that I'm like, And I don't think that it would be weird for there to be two similar colored but different Dodge Challengers on campus that day. It's a very popular car. It's a standard color. They seem to be different trim levels, or maybe there's an aftermarket quad exhaust on the one. That doesn't look like his thing. That, though, does not tell me anything about him taking the shot or being on campus. He seems to be on campus. He seems to take the shot. So I get it that there seems to be a disagreement about those cars. That'll probably be addressed by the defense, I guess, if it's relevant at all. If anyone can tell me, and you may have in the chat and I probably missed it, if anyone can tell me why it matters that car is different, what does that do to the story? Tell me how that changes the story. I'm willing, like I said, the dual tips versus quad exhaust. I immediately wanted to look up the car. I like cars. I think they're cool. I like fast cars. I like muscle cars. I like American muscle cars. I almost bought a Challenger. I bought a Mustang instead. So I was interested when I saw the exhaust argument. And I that one picture, there's clearly a seems clear that it's quad exhaust. And his seems to be the factory standard dual exhaust. So, but what is that? Please tell me, because I literally just don't know what that changes. I'm not disagreeing that it changes something. I just don't know what part of the story that car, I don't even know why it's there included. If it's just evidence that he's on campus because it's, there's his car on campus or whatever driving around. Well, I don't need that evidence because I know he's on campus. I see him on campus to go up the building and take the shot, right? So I don't need to know that car exists. So tell me about that. I would love to know. Or if someone wants to DM it to me so I can look, because sometimes it's hard to catch in chat. But I'm confused as to why that matters. Just because these are complex things, right? Like murder trials, especially of something this caliber, pun intended. They're complex. The state gets things wrong, not always in bad faith. Sometimes they just are these people are also retarded. They're government employees. That's mean. They're government employees, and sometimes they just get it wrong. They're like, oh, look, those are both Dodge Challengers. It's probably the same car. Well, I mean, there's other there's multiple. There's at least 2 Dodge Challengers out there. So that doesn't really help. But they do seem to be, I went through the images a bit with the Google AI, just kind of asking questions about those images. And it seems to believe that they're both Challengers or whatever from the same era, like the same production run. I think it was like 2008 to 2012 or something. I don't know. But it seems to agree that they're from the same like model run. But it does seem to think that they're different trim levels. Okay. Or there's aftermarket mods on one of them or both. Who knows? But they seem to be different cars. I'm with you. I don't know how that makes it a red flag, though. That's what I don't know.
Of the actual shooting.
The other stuff that like what was the oh shit, here we go. I didn't read the rest of your chat. I need to read the rest of your chat. Hold on. Yeah. So here we go. Dual exhaust and quad exhaust. Note looks like Lance Twiggs. Candace shared the exploded mic. Okay. I'm trying to figure out the exploded mic thing because are people... The theory is that the microphone that he's wearing on his right side, right lapel, explodes and makes a murder hole over here on his left side, right? For somehow a microphone on this side makes a horseshoe explosion and busts a hole in his neck here. Okay. Taking that, I guess, in stride. You know that like when the shot hits here or here, I guess it's like up here, right? That anything in this area undergoes a shock wave, and it a pretty intense one. That microphone clipped onto a lapel, shattering, is not weird. You see the violent reaction of his shirt, if you've seen a 30-06 round hit flesh, you can watch it hit deer and stuff like that. It has a pretty big impact. That blowing the microphone off him is not surprising to me. I don't know why it's surprising to other people, but that doesn't mean that the microphone itself caused the damage. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't see how a microphone here explodes and puts a hole in my neck over here. I don't see how that happens. Someone can help me. I'm willing to entertain it. I've never seen this technology before. And I don't see physically how an explosion, which necessarily radiates outward from its source, goes around in a horseshoe and comes back and blows a neck hole. Right? Okay. Baron Coleman, the new Nick Rekieta. Please don't ever say that again. Oh, fucking hell. Shared a picture of possible burn marks on the chest. When is the picture taken? Like, I'm not trying to poke holes in it. Because I don't know. I'm just curious when the picture was taken, all that, like where it was taken. Was it taken after they tried to defibrillate him? Anything like that? Possible burn marks on his chest. I don't know what that means necessarily. Like, what's a possible burn mark? It either is a burn mark or it isn't. I don't know. These things are strange to me. The burn marks were blood if it's the one I'm thinking of. I did see some with some like blood pooling and stuff like that. Man, I really appreciate the voluminous super chats. Believe me, of course. And I've said the whole time, I'm willing to see and entertain whatever evidence they present, but it's got to come into court because we can't analyze stuff that doesn't follow the rules or isn't subject. I shouldn't say doesn't follow the rules. We can't analyze data that isn't subject to the rules because we have no objective means of measuring its veracity. That's what the rules of evidence do. They give us a framework where we have some predictability and reliability in what is acceptable and what is probative. And in this case, we have to see what they actually bring to court. And all of the other stuff doesn't matter. Because if the defense isn't bringing this theory, then the defense doesn't think it's real or doesn't think they can convince a jury of it.
It is mind-blowing that these theorists focus on one or two pieces of evidence, relentlessly pick them apart with hypothetical nonsense, and ignore 30 other pieces of evidence that refute their theory.
That's how a lot of people work, man. It's how a lot of people just naturally function.
There's no video of that. There is video, however.
Okay. I'm realizing now I have to be up in 4 hours. This video has been going for 4 hours and 40 minutes, this live stream. Let's carry it to 5 hours, so 20 more minutes. But then I got to go to bed.
You've heard testimony related to this, where the shooter goes to the top of the low-C building, goes out to the edge of the building, low crawls, and then leaves after what we assume is the shot being fired.
So, just to make sure you didn't miss that, the judge had asked before they showed the footage, is there footage of the actual shooting? The prosecution explicitly says, no, there is no footage of the actual shooting. But there is what you're about.
Okay, hold on. Let me go. I wasn't paying attention. Let me listen again.
Further.
From the state, no, but I think I'd like to be crystal clear. You asked if there's any portion of this video that captures, and I believe you asked of the actual shooting. There's no video of that. There is video, however, and you've heard testimony related to this, where the shooter goes to the top of the low-C building, goes out to the edge of the building, low crawls, and then leaves after what we assume is the shot being fired.
Okay. Again, how is this a gotcha?
So, just to make sure you didn't miss that, the judge had asked before they showed the footage, is there footage of the actual shooting? The prosecution explicitly says, no, there is no footage of the actual shooting. But there is what you're about to see, what we just watched. There is footage of him getting onto the roof, going out, low crawling into position, and then getting up and running away. And we presume that the shot happened there in the middle. So in case it wasn't clear, prosecution is clear that that's not footage of a shooting. That's footage of some pixels that you can interpret however you want.
No, you can't interpret them however you want. That is what someone who's brainless says. You can interpret them however you want. You have data that helps you interpret what happened. We know that all of these things happen, and we know that in that time frame, for sure, a shot came out of somewhere and hit Charlie Kirk. What we don't know is any other possible place. None. We do not know of any other possible place where that could have happened. That doesn't mean there isn't one. Just asking questions. There could be one somewhere. But we don't know. We don't have it. We don't have any evidence of it at all. We have zero evidence of another shot, of another shooter. But we have lots of evidence of Tyler Robinson taking the shot because we have his gun with DNA all over it. We have a spent shell inside the gun. We have other shells that match the spent shell casing with the engravings and stuff like that. We have corroborating testimony. We have his own messages to his boyfriend that said that he did all of that. We have all of that saying that this happened in this way that matches the facts that we have. We have nothing at all that matches the fact of someone else taking the shot from anywhere else. We don't have that. So he's like, we know that there's no video of the shooting. Well, I mean, there's no video of the muzzle flare, right? Again, there's no third-party Fortnite perspective shot. Sure. But do we know that he went to the shooting location, laid down, like we can watch him, they watch him in higher res, I guess, like he kind of lays down, he takes a shot, and then he comes down and he rolls off the roof or whatever. He does exactly what he described in his text messages. Exactly. It's almost like he did it and then texted his boyfriend about it to tell him what he did. It's almost like that happened.
This is Catherine Nestor cross-examining the lead investigator for the State
Her name
Bureau
is
of
not
Investigation
Catherine,
about the
it's
video.
Catherine.
All right, now I want to go back
Because she's a
to
cow.
the videos that we've seen and the question that I just asked before, which is it fair to say that nothing...
Boosh says, have any murderers been convicted of murder without video evidence of them committing murder? Most of them. Most of the time, there is not video evidence of the murder.
about the video of the individual on the roof revealed to you, you couldn't see facial features, you couldn't see what they were wearing, correct?
Of the individual on the roof?
Correct.
I know that there was a meeting to discuss perhaps a pattern on the front of the shirt that was observed when the individual was jumping off of the roof.
Okay, that's fair. But at that time, as of the 11th, before Mr. Robinson turned himself in, you all had not been able to determine that. Is that right?
Excuse me. Determine who he was or
No.
determine distinguishing features?
Determine distinguishing features of the video
Yeah.
of the person on the roof.
Yes, we had a person of interest and those images were released to the press.
You're talking about the ones in the stairwell from the...
Correct.
From the parking garage.
Correct.
Kevin with another super chat. My goodness, man. He says, put your hand on your chest and move your finger to your neck. Okay. Look at Barron's pick. Hand on chest, move finger to neck. I forgot this guy's name. Barron what? What's his name? His name is Barron. Fucking hell. I have it pulled up. That's right. Baron Coleman. Hold on. We can do this. We can do this together. Here we go. Hold on, I'm looking for this picture. Is it on Twitter? Kevin says, I guess I'm sitting here a bit hunched over. Was Kirk hunched over? No, he was he might have had slightly slumped shoulders. He just seemed to be sitting relaxedly. I'm just trying. What picture? I have no idea where the picture you're talking about is. Brian Atlas of the Whatever podcast is calling out. he's calling out the money that Baron Coleman has made. I don't personally care about any of that stuff. The whole there's money to be made commenting on things. If you're making money doing it, good, I guess. Heisenberg 2A says, besides the conspiratard grifting, I think many of these people just can't handle the PTSD of a tragic death that was relatively easy for the asshole. Well, yeah. I mean, that does fuck with people. Like how trying to put yourself in the mindset of someone who had killed Charlie Kirk. Yeah, this Baron Coleman guy came out of literally fucking nowhere. It shoots to almost 400,000 YouTube subscribers. Makes $1 million. He's made $400,000 in super chats alone so far. Coming out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. It's amazing, right? Like how good some people are at this stuff. Like they're just really good at podcasting. Chip Ewing with a huge super chat. He says, thanks, great show. Thank you. Holy shit. Very much appreciated. Very much appreciated. I am Kevin, I am looking for this thing. I'll continue trying to find it, or if you want to message it to me somehow, and then I'll address it on the next show. I'm not seeing the picture you're wanting me to look at. Thank you again, Kevin, for all of the super chats. Chip Ewing, thank you for the super chat. Everybody who sent in stuff, and of course, just you guys for watching, of course, is amazing. I know not everybody can financially contribute to the show at any given time, and being here and helping me. Do you know how much easier it is to do a show when you guys are interacting with me and stuff like that, and give me
But the video on the
ideas
roof
and challenges
was not
Fucking
distinguishable.
great.
Fair?
That video as a standalone?
Yes.
It was not, no.
So they're just kind of going back and forth. She's establishing precedent. She's getting her points in.
She's not establishing precedent, buddy. I don't mean to get semantic on you or Semitic, but there's no precedent being established by her sentence here.
Distinguishable. Fair?
That video as a standalone?
Yes.
It was not, no.
Wait.
Those images were released to the press.
You're talking about the one that, is that right?
Excuse me. Determine who he was, or
No.
determine distinguishing features?
Determine distinguishing
Okay,
features
distinguishing
of the
features.
video
Yeah.
of the person on the roof.
Yes, we had a person of interest, and those images were released to the press.
You're talking about the ones in the stairwell from the
Correct.
from the parking garage.
Correct.
But the video on the roof was not distinguishable.
By the way, the like, I don't mean to like badger on this, but the video of him like walking and doing the person of interest thing, or if you look at person of interest, they always like that footage always looks like that, and that's how they catch murderers. Like a grainy fucking footage, CCTV cameras. That has been effective at catching murderers since 1989. Like, what are we doing here? They're like, oh my God, this is low res. Those things used to record in 240i. And we were able to catch murderers with it then. Holy shit.
Fair?
That video as a standalone?
Yes.
It was not, no.
So they're just kind of going back and forth. She's establishing precedent. She's getting her points in, which is just legal precedent. But she's pointing out that until Tyler Robinson turned himself in, y'all had no fucking clue who he was, and that pretty well got laid out, that they didn't know who they were looking for until he just walked in and turned himself in. And
guys, I forget this. I forget. He walked in and said, I did it. Arrest me. Wait. Why is there a dispute over this? He's like, oh, he's the patsy. He's taking the fall. What benefit does he have? What reason does Tyler Robinson have? This is the, let's start tearing down the theory of the patsy. What reason does he have to be the patsy? What do they have on him? Is it a blackmail? It's not a bribe. Like you're going to go to prison forever and maybe get the death penalty, but we want you to take the fall for Israel. Why does he say yes? What's the purpose? What does he gain from it? Let's put the conspiracy together and go towards what would make you go murder a political figure and become a pariah who's going to go to prison and maybe get raped to death. He's a little twink. There's going to be some pent-up Mormon spouse abuser in there who's going to be like, you know what? Fuck my wives. I'm going to fuck this little guy. He might get just raped to death. What reason does he have to take the fall for the Zionists? That's what I don't get. Like, and so they just identify this guy and they're like, you know what? This guy will be the fall guy. That's going to work. It's going to happen.
And furthermore, she's clarifying that the video on the roof, you have no fucking clue who that is, which is, pretty obvious. So then they get into some discussion of the fact that he's jumping down with this rifle and allegedly walking around with a fully assembled rifle. They get into some discussion about whether you can tell it's a rifle when the person jumps down in the video, and it doesn't look like one. And this guy just has to keep saying,
wait, not Index says Baron Coleman is an idiot. He was Gavin McInnes's lawyer for the SPLC lawsuit and lost. Ron Coleman was Gavin McInnes's lawyer, not Baron Coleman. And did he lose that SPLC lawsuit? Did that happen? I didn't know that was resolved yet. Gavin McInnes v. SPLC. I know you're saying Bear Ron Coleman, but Ron Coleman, like the Ron Coleman is the guy. Kevin with another huge super chat. My God, says I'm behind in the chat. Forget it. But Baron had an exclusive photo from in the back of the SUV. It could be dried blood, but looks like a square box, then burn or blood marks. Man, if you happen to find it, email it to me, message it to me, whatever. Let's see. I think this thing is still going on. Oh, wait, no, October 20th. Nick, you obviously are oblivious to what happened during the time when Charlie Kirk died. He had arguments with his Jewish donors and was leaving the pro-Israel cause. All right, so they murdered, like the Zionists got him. That makes sense. Yeah, it says that he lost after years of litigation. Reporting indicates that McInnes ultimately lost his defamation lawsuit in October 2025 when an Alabama federal court found he failed to show SPLC acted with the requisite actual malice or reckless disregard for falsities to sustain a defamation verdict, a legal standard especially difficult for public figure plaintiffs to meet. The court described his allegations about SPLC's state of mind as conclusory and noted he could not show the publisher purposefully avoided investigation to avoid the truth. Suck it, Ron! You know what's funny? If you don't, let's take a pause here. This is an important moment for me. I want to say, first of all, that I love Ron Coleman. I think he's a tremendous attorney. He's great. He's a really, really great gentleman in general also. I love Ron Coleman. I think he's fantastic. Okay. But the first time I interviewed him, I don't know if you guys know this. The first time I interviewed him, we're going through the interview, and he just at one point, he says, I think he just said it. He just said, my phone on autocorrect could write a better complaint. And I looked at him like, huh? And he says, that's what you said about my lawsuit for Gavin McInnes against the Southern Poverty Law Center. I didn't even put it together that I had reviewed that lawsuit and I said it was not going to work. He was not going to win. It wasn't right. And I said that my phone on autocorrect could write a better complaint. He was super chill about it. I had no idea that, because when I reviewed that lawsuit, I didn't know who Ron Coleman was, and I didn't pay attention to who actually wrote the suit. Then when I was interviewing him, he just dropped it on me. It was like, fuck. Now I feel like a dick. But I'm vindicated. I said that thing was not going to make it, and it didn't make it. Go me. Oh my God. All right, guys. I think, you know what? I think that's it. I said we'd go to 5 hours. We're now at 5 hours. I need to go to bed. This has been a tremendous show. You guys are fantastic. Thank you so much to everybody who was here to watch. More of these are coming. I know I say this with some frequency, but I do mean it. I do mean it. More regular streaming is in the works. So I don't like having months like last month. But I had a bunch of stuff going on. It just kind of how it worked out. The asterisk says, Nick, both Ron Coleman and G. Barron Coleman, the same Barron in question, listed as counsel for McInnes. Okay, well. So I know that Ron Coleman did well and G. Barron Coleman screwed it up. I know that that's true. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with me tonight, watching. I hope you guys like this sort of show format. We'll do this more. If you guys find these types of things, get them to me, and we can do more of these DummyVision shows. I love making fun of people trying to fumble through, like figuring out court stuff. So until next time, guys, I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful night, and we'll see you soon. Remember, Cooking with Kurt Brisket Edition, probably tomorrow night. Have a good night, guys. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of the frog. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. The guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed, so pour out a glass for the tea. Post on Twitter as we hear Lost-Planning tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the plot better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have